Welcome out to our city council work meeting this evening. I apologize for the slight delay, but I needed to have a discussion with our city manager. So anyway, with that, I would like to declare this meeting in session, and I'm looking for any return and reports by our city council members as far as their assignments. Does anybody have anything they'd like to report back to one another?
You met with the youth council last night, so I don't know how that went, but thank you for doing that. The communities that care is moving forward, and they're getting ready to separate into the two boards for Northridge and Layton High.
Sweet.
And so we'll have more information on that coming up. And then just attending the chamber legislation meetings, and thank goodness tomorrow night at midnight it's over with.
And along those lines, I do want to say thank you for participating in that, along with Councilman Bloxham and Morris for their dedication there as far as the league as well. So anyway, I'm sure they might have some reports as well. So does anybody else want to report on their duties?
I'll just report that the Ramp Commission is in full swing and getting their decisions made, and they'll be here shortly. One of them is kind of on tonight's, but not officially yet.
Oh, good. Okay. Thanks for attending those meetings and being there for our representation. Anyone else? Okay. Very good. Then
Councilman Morris and I have obviously been involved in this. We just are always talking with Gary and with the members of the our member delegation, and I think we're in a good spot. It's hard to know where these bills are. They're going back and forth, but I haven't seen any really terrible news yet. Gary keeps them on the straight and narrow, and so I think my understanding was that we would have more of a share with the council once the session ends and we know exactly what it is. If there's anything that we feel, would need the other members of the council's help and support, we'd for sure reach out to you to do that. The one we reached out today was a permitting amendment. It was a bill that was passed by the Senate that would basically create a lot of roadblocks and mandates on the city in terms of its permitting for events, which is difficult because every permit, and I'm sure Dave knows this from his time there, is going to be its own monster, right? And having the state tell us that we have to follow these, one-size-fits-all rules doesn't make a lot of sense, especially since Layton has a lot of events in the regular, non-COVID years. And having that kind of burden on us is just, I'm not really sure what the bill's trying to accomplish. So I know that the Councilman Morris sent some correspondence to our legislative delegation. I did as well. I know Steve Garside did, and I'm sure that the city attorney did as well. And so I haven't seen that come up, Gary. I've been waiting for it, but I don't think hasn't come up yet. So I've had good feedback from the representatives that I talked to that they are not supporting of it. So that's good. So it's just kind of how the sausage gets made on the Hill, and appreciate Councilman Morris helping out in the process. And I'm sure he has some things he wants to add as well.
Just a couple. I believe that HB 82, the ADU bill, is heading to the governor. So we're going to have to look at that, and as far as our code goes, as far as the ordinance for accessory dwelling units. But it was negotiated. HB 98, the one that we were talking about that Dave has been super interested in with the design elements and the building permits, still circled.
still up in the air, right?
Yeah,
Or
and this guy behind me, Gary Crane, has been, he's negotiated on behalf of the entire state, the League of Cities and Towns for the entire state, to work with Representative Ray to come up with a great compromise so that the league's been neutral. And so kudos to Gary you just kind of made them, hey, why don't you look at the law and see where it is right now? And that was the part of the compromise, was it's already there in the law that, if we're not doing our due diligence with the building permits and those reviews, then yeah, there ought to be, okay, but the cities that aren't doing that, it's tough to be punished for what other cities aren't doing. But I think we're in a good spot there, and we'll see what happens with that one. And again, just kudos to Gary and his team. They are respected up on the hill, and it's good. And this council and Layton City is also well respected as far as how we do things. And
Our whole city is. I mean, they're
yeah, the whole
basically
Layton City. So it's
the whole
good.
leadership down
Yeah,
there.
yeah. So
But you can see by what you just explained, Councilman Morris, why when we see that they have 1,000+ bills, why 90% of them are going back and correcting the ones that got passed. I mean, it isn't like there's new bills. It's a matter of correcting what's already been done. So, yeah, Gary, I would not want your job.
Madam Mayor,
Sure.
just to answer, Councilman Day mentioned the SHB 82. I believe the league was neutral on that, on the bill that was actually signed.
That's the accessory building.
Right. So that was, the league was, very opposed to it, but through Gary's negotiation and some of the discussions with other stakeholders, the league got to a point where it was neutral. And that's the one that's going to the governor's desk. So that's just how it ended up. And so just as an answer to you, Councilman Day.
Well, I think there's some good things that come out of some modifications there myself. But tomorrow's the last day, correct?
Yes.
Kind of.
So the chamber was very good about remaining neutral on that, as well as the Northern Association of Chambers. They've all remained neutral on that particular bill as well. So anyway, yeah, it's been a lively session. So like you say, 24 hours, less than 24 hours to go. Councilman Thomas.
I say this to pass it on. Okay, I ran into two people from the Hill, and they were having lunch, and they happened to be by me. Or no, the other way around. Anyway, they made one comment, which I think I need to pass it on. They said that, they said to me personally, because I don't know as much as what you guys are doing, but they said, you don't know what you have in the city on the Hill. Now, and they weren't talking about themselves, they're both from Layton, but they were talking about Gary, not his coordination, but they were talking about his mentality. But he says, you really don't know what you have. And then they alluded on the things which he does. And I know he goes down there, and I thought he was just messing around half the time, but evidently he's doing a lot of good work. And I just want to pass it on. That doesn't come from me to a lawyer. That came from developers to a lawyer, which is even. Yeah. But anyway, kudos. Okay. I mean, there's a lot of things, and I hear when you guys talk how things are happening that we get taken care of that normally we wouldn't. So kudos, old man.
Okay, any other reports? Well, that sounds like a best segue into our training moment brought to you by the one and only Mr. Gary Crane. Mr. Capitol Hill, it sounds like.
We'll see if he can walk if his head's so big now from all the compliments.
Oh, my goodness. Thank you very much, members of the council also.
See you later. Whoa.
Hey, you can't speak over there. We can't catch on the mic, so.
Let me just put this in. And we can come up with the subject for tonight.
Input D.
What is it? The subject is here.
It's okay. Usually have someone else do it for you.
Okay, so. Sorry for the delay. I apologize. I guess I turned it off and didn't know I turned it off, so. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity, and I thank each one of you for the opportunity of working with them on the Hill, because right now we have about as strong a contingency on the Hill. It's not hard to do well when you've got people like the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House to deal with. I mean, that's not, you guys give me a
Finance.
hard job, and I probably wouldn't be able to do it, but give me an easy job, and we can do it. But Layton City is well respected. Alex, one of the finest city managers in the state, and our Public Works Department, our CD director, they're all very, very well respected. When I needed an opinion on building inspection, I go to Paul Bauer, to the CD department, and everybody respects the CD department, and everybody knows who Chad is, and everybody knows who Paul is, and so that really helps. And then today, all I had to do was do a text to Clint and to Zach, and next thing I knew, everybody on the floor had been contacted regarding the bill that was up, that we wanted the permit bill. And thank you also, Don, for all the work that you do with the Chamber of Commerce. I just have to say thank you for that, because it's magnificent what you and the mayor do. Both of you attend those meetings, don't you, in the mornings? And thank you for keeping up on that. I don't know what I'd have to do if I had another meeting to attend. So, and then I get feedback from you. That's the way that this works, and I appreciate that very much. And then Dave, he sits in restaurants and converses with developers, which is probably one of the best source of information that we could possibly look to. So, no.
I know where the,
I appreciated Dave the other day. He came into my office and just sat and listened to a part of one of the meetings, and maybe, I don't know that he understood it any better than I did when we both got done. It was a Zoom meeting with the league group talking about different aspects of bills. So I don't follow them all, but I just appreciate very much the opportunity. And Tom, thank you because of your expertise and the things that you add. I know you don't like the Hill very much, and not very many people do, but we appreciate your letting me go up there to do
He's kind of like
to do what we
Hutton.
do. Yeah.
When he does talk, people
everybody
listen.
listens. You're right. And he's our secret weapon. If we ever really truly need somebody to go up and beat up on him, we'll take Tom up there with us. So tonight I decided maybe just take a couple of minutes and talk about something that gets cities into more trouble than just about anything that we do. And it's a thing called exactions. And some of you might know what exactions are. Developers call them extractions or extortions, or they have various other names for them, but we call them, when they're done right, exactions, which means the city expects something from a developer when they come in order to provide the services, in order to provide the infrastructure, and in order to provide the things that the city otherwise must come up with. The roads, the streets, those types of things. And those are all requirements of development, and requirements of development are known as exactions. That's what they're known as. Also, money that we require as a result of a developer developing is called an exaction. So the impact fees we charge is called an exaction as well. A long time ago, the Supreme Court of the United States determined that cities could exact things from developers. When you come into the city, you ought to pay your own way. At the same time, the Supreme Court set in place rules for what we exact from a developer, or what we take from a developer. For example, if I have an individual come in and he wants to develop a parcel of property, and the city says, listen, we want gold-plated pipe. We want pipe that is so big that it'll service all of the northeast corner of the city. And we want a park, and they go on and on and on. What the city has to determine, there's a standard. And the standard is whatever we ask for in exactions has to be reasonably related to a governmental purpose. So it has to be something like a road, or the courts have actually said aesthetics is a governmental purpose. To have lawns, to have park strips, those types of things are governmental purposes, okay? So it has to be related to a governmental purpose, and then it has to be roughly proportional to, whatever we ask for has to be roughly proportional to whatever the impact that the developer is causing is. So if we ask for way more than what the impact is, it's an excessive exaction, and we can go to court and we can lose horribly as a result of that. At the same time, you don't want to ask for much less than what you actually need in order to support this development. So I'm going to just play a really brief, it's like 1.5 minutes. This is the keynote case. This is the key case that everybody looks to when they talk about exactions. There are a number of others. We've got some in Utah, and I can quickly just tell you about a couple of those. But this is the case that actually turned the corner in determining what is a fair exaction and what is not. And so, with your permission, I'll go ahead and just play it here. If I can get it started. Let's see. Thanks, Steve.
The city of Tigard, Oregon faced two problems. Motor vehicle traffic clogged its central business district. Meanwhile, as more buildings arose with their impervious concrete surfaces, rainwater runoff caused flooding. In order to reduce automobile traffic, the city planned sidewalks and bike paths. To address the flooding, the city required businesses to maintain at least 15% of their parcels as open space. The city also restricted development within the floodplain, preserving it as a greenway. Florence Dolan owned a store within the floodplain. Dolan wanted to double the size of her store and to pave her gravel parking lot. The city granted Dolan a building permit, subject to two conditions. It demanded that she deed all her land lying within the floodplain to the city to be used for its greenway and storm drainage system. The city also demanded an additional strip of land for a walkway and bicycle path to alleviate the additional traffic caused by the larger store. Altogether, the city demanded about 10% of her lot in exchange for her building permit. Dolan appealed these dedication requirements to the Land Use Board of Appeals. The board upheld both requirements. The Oregon Court of Appeals affirmed the board's decision, as did the Oregon Supreme Court. Dolan then sought United States Supreme Court review.
Okay. So, Dolan ended up in prevailing at the Supreme Court. And she prevailed on two issues. The court said, why do you need to own her property in the floodplain? Could you not just have a floodplain easement? Is there something less excessive that you could do? And the answer was, yeah, to own the property was excessive. The bicycle path, what you've got to do is you've got to ask, what relationship does a bicycle path have to the impact that Dolan's property was causing on the impact that her property was causing? And the answer was very, very little. If you count the number of people that come to her store in comparison to the number of people that you're building that bicycle track for, it's very, very, there's a great, great amount of difference. Let me tell you about an actual case, Snyder Golf Course case, Judge Sam of the federal district court, when he was on the bench. What had happened is 13th East is where the Snyder Golf Course is. And the Snyder Golf Course wanted to add 9 new holes to their golf course. They already had a 9-hole golf course. And I'm going to ask you whether you think this is excessive or not. But the city of Sandy, actually, it is in the city of Sandy. Yeah, the city of Sandy actually had a master plan that showed 13th East as being 100 feet wide. Well, currently, 13th East was only about 50 or 60 feet wide. And so when Snyder Golf Course came in and said, we're going to add 9 additional holes, Sandy said, we need 13 feet of roadway in addition to what we've already got there. And we're going to get 13 feet from you, Snyder Golf Course. And then a few days later, is that excessive, do you think? Maybe? Maybe, okay. Maybe, all right? If you count the number of cars that come off 13th East and the number that go into Snyder's Golf Course, in comparison to the total number of cars that come down 13th East, you're probably going to come out very small, and that's exactly what the judge did. And it was a very small fraction of that 13 feet really should have been dedicated by Snyder Golf Course. Here's what else happened. It was even worse than that. Sandy said, well, this is a kind of a state roadway, and the future of that roadway is supposed to be 100 feet. So we're looking at the fact that really what we want is we want the full extent of our master plan. And so they asked for 18, I think it was 18 to 20 feet is what they asked for. So not only were they asking for the 13 feet, which would have been, the equivalent of roughly a half street in front of Snyder Golf Course, but then they increased it because there was a requirement in their general plan for a wider street. Is a requirement in your general plan adequate enough to be able to ask a developer to dedicate everything that your general plan requires? That's an interesting thought, isn't it?
Which brings up a question. So, and maybe that's what you're leading to. So where would the point become where the city would need to purchase that property instead of just asking for it?
Excellent question. Excellent question. So what the court did was it analyzed the amount of traffic on the street and said that only 2% of the traffic was actually generated by Snyder Golf Course on any given day. Maybe it was less than 2%. It was 0.2%, I think is what it was, a very small amount. And so what they indicated was, city, you can either take money or you can have them build 0.2% of that 20 feet. But you can't ask them to build the full 20 feet because your master plan alone is not enough of a basis. I'll give you another situation that will answer your question, Tom. As we build the parkway, we put in a concrete fence, right? A concrete wall,
Barrier.
okay? Can we ask every developer that comes in along the parkway to build a portion of that wall, that concrete wall?
Every developer.
Comes in along the parkway?
Yeah, we did.
I don't know, because it could fall under aesthetics.
Okay. Okay, so you've got a governmental purpose, right? So that leg of the test is met. But is what you're asking this developer for roughly proportional to the impact that this developer is causing? Is the construction of an 8-foot wall at the back of these lots roughly proportional to the 25 homes, the demand that the 25 homes will have for privacy, for whatever else? What do you think? What
No.
if they were just in a plain subdivision? What
I'd
would you
say
require?
no.
Okay, good answer. Thank you. So what the city has done is we've gone in and we've said we do require everybody to build a fence, right?
Right.
And so we've said we would require you to build a fence, a vinyl fence or a chain link fence, whatever the allowable fences are. So we will take that amount of money and the city will add the additional cost so that we can actually achieve the construction of the wall. Why? Because if you take a look at what that wall is built for, it's not just built for that subdivision. Maybe the vinyl fence would be, but the wall is built for how many people that come through Syracuse, from Syracuse to Layton every day? And so the city has tried, and so the city is going to actually put a toll booth right up there at the corner of Layton Parkway and try and collect fees from Syracuse residents as they come. Anyway, all right. Don't want to start a rumor.
Yeah.
So do you see how exactions work? And you're the ones that arbitrate that. You're the ones that make that determination. Exactions can be demanded by ordinance. The fencing ordinance does require a fence in everybody's yard, but it doesn't require a wall. You made that decision. You made the decision that city would pay the extra for something that was excessive or more than what this development required. You can also be excessive in just the way that you grant a permit. So a conditional use permit, for example, if a person wanted to add a drive-through to their restaurant, didn't have a drive-through there before, and all of a sudden you say, okay, now we're going to require everything we can possibly require in the commercial zone. We want 15% landscaping. We want lighting. We want this, that, and the other thing. Is that proportional to the application of that person to build a drive-through? That's what you've got to ask. in that particular application situation? Can you go back and request everything now? Those are the types of decisions that'll either cost you money or you're going to be okay on, depending on how you make those decisions. So Tigard is the case, actually Dolan, if you remember Dolan, and remember the bicycle path, and hopefully that gives you a little bit of guidance on probably one of the most important issues you deal with, which is the exaction issue.
Not enough guidance yet, Gary.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I've got two, just information. So you've got an existing an existing commercial business, say. They want to expand, they want to reconfigure. So how do you come about bringing up what you can exact and what the limit would be then?
Okay. So what you would do is you'd do an analysis, right? Because whatever you exact from them has to be roughly proportional to the impact that they're causing. So something like if they've got a drive-through now and they didn't have a drive-through there before, can you require, for example, fencing now between the yard? Maybe it was an old use that didn't have fencing. Can you now require the fencing between the yard behind them and?
Probably.
Yeah,
Sure.
I would think so.
Check that one off, right? Because it has to do with the light, that you're, okay. And what about the visual impact of a drive-through? Can you require a little more landscaping in the front to address the visual impact of the landscaping, do you think?
Possibly.
Yeah.
Possibly.
that's a
But
possible.
let's say they
You
didn't
bet.
have any landscaping out front before.
Okay. No landscaping out front before?
Yeah, what if
It's just right to the curb,
there
paved to the
wasn't
curb.
those conditions prior to?
Okay.
In other words, it was an existing building, like you said.
And now they're
Now
coming.
we've updated our plan, now we've got more
Hey,
requirements.
you tell
Then how do you
me, do you need that landscaping for the driveway now that is there with cars lined up and coming through? Do you need that
Well,
landscaping
let's say
for the
there's no
buffer?
drive-through. They just want to rebuild their building.
Okay. Rebuilding the building might be a different scenario altogether, but remodeling the building, could you require landscaping and everything if all they're going to do is a remodel and maybe adding another 5 feet to the side of the building? Is that roughly proportional to the impact they're causing? Almost no change at all, right?
Right.
You get a sense for that. As you look at it, you go, holy cow, that's a little bit excessive.
But if they were going to tear it down and build a whole new building, you'd start.
You'd
right
start from scratch.
again.
Yeah, great question. You'd start from scratch.
So what about our PRUDs? Because in the development agreements with those, I think a lot of times we maybe go like requiring trails, and that for that specific subdivision, you may have a handful of people that walk on that trail.
Uh-huh.
I'm thinking of the destination one that's going to continue, that's just starting to continue the Case Creek. And if I'm not mistaken, he's responsible for putting in the trail. But that'll be utilized by everybody that lives out west versus just those people in that Hill Farm subdivision. So, but it's probably in a development agreement because that's probably a PRUD. So can you get away with more in a development agreement than you could just normally?
So that's another question altogether.
Aren't you glad
And
you
that's a
brought
good
this up?
question. What the answer to that question is that where you have a something for something exchange, you can ask for a little more. When you have an annexation, you can ask for just about anything on an annexation. But the idea is a development agreement really has to be more than just an agreement that says you can come in and build according to the code. The presumption is a development agreement says you can come in and build according to the code, but you can also have additional density. And for that additional density, you're going to build a trail system through here, or have more open space, or cluster over here, those types of things. So yes, those are exceptions to what we've been talking about, which is the exaction requirement. But if they become excessive, they're still going to be questioned. If they're extortion, they're going to be questioned.
So I'm guessing that since Dolan 1994, I think I saw, you have a pretty good idea of what, through all the history of any other city trying exactions, seeing them go too far, seeing them not go far enough, what's required and what would pass muster reasonableness wise and what would not. It's not like you have to invent the wheel every time a new
Right.
development comes in, because it's an objective test, I'm guessing.
Yep.
So you mentioned that a lot of times when we're given council trainings, general plan is your guidance, right? But in the scenario you mentioned with Sandy, their general plan was their guidance, but their general plan was not in alliance with what the exaction reasonableness standard was.
Right. So they can still build that wider road, right?
Yeah.
It's
But they
just
just
that they
can't
can't-
require it from as a condition on the exactment.
Very good. That's exactly right, Zach. Exactly right.
So Gary, how would eminent domain, how does that relate to this as well? I mean,
Good question. Eminent domain is us forcing the purchase of something that we would normally exact and maybe don't have the right to exact. So where we require a little bit broader width, we can require that property owner sell that to us through the eminent domain process. And so that's the way government, I used to have a professor that used to say this, if government wants your property, they should pay for it. And so if we want their property, we should pay for it. The only exception to that is where they're causing an impact, we can reasonably require that they compensate for that impact, that the development community compensate for the impact that they're causing. Does that help at all? A little bit? Yeah, eminent domain is the way we force the purchase of property that we have a responsibility to purchase.
So back to my second question. Relates a little bit to that. Are parks eligible for eminent domain or not?
Parks?
Yeah.
Not anymore. As of about 4 years ago, I think, they took parks out of the list of things that were public purposes.
So for instance, southwest part of our town, we're going to need another park sometime. So what I can see, like Don asked, on the PRUD, I can see how we'd have a lot more negotiations on getting a park. What if a developer just came in and said, no, I just want to do a regular subdivision, nothing else? How, or what would be the points of exaction to get a park then, if any?
The mechanism for getting a park? Eminent domain. Or
But you say
negotiation.
eminent domain doesn't count anymore.
Eminent domain does, when you say doesn't count anymore.
Well, you just said that you couldn't use eminent domain for a park.
Oh, yeah, that's,
To say
I'm sorry, you're right. I must have fallen too hard on my head. But yeah, you're right. You can't, you just have to wait until there's an opportunity to purchase a parcel of property, unfortunately. Sorry about that.
Well, don't we require space? Like
Yes.
in a subdivision?
Yeah, and I think what Tom was talking about is where they decide not to do a
Say I
PRUD.
had 20 acres, the city wanted to park there, but I said, I don't need a PRUD, I just want to do a RS subdivision.
Oh,
R110,
okay.
nothing extravagant, not asking for any considerations. Then it would be difficult for the city to get that
Right.
park
And
without paying for it.
So then we'd have to negotiate, arm's length, we'd have to negotiate, and we would have to use impact fees essentially to buy that property, whatever it costs, if we really want it that bad. So, thank you,
Interesting, Gary, thank you.
thank you.
Hey, stay close when we go through these things.
So Gary, just one last comment. So like the water exactions that we do, that's obviously a public benefit.
Yep.
So no problem with things like that at all.
And it also, there's a proportional share that Steve very carefully figures out of how much water will that particular property use, and that's all we can exact. We can't, I know there's one jurisdiction that was just nailed for essentially requiring all the shares of water that are on that property because we don't want to lose them from the city. We don't want to lose them. So you have 7 shares on there, bring them all in.
But that's where the calculation of hard surfaces and all
Exactly.
of that comes in to
Yeah.
calculate that, right?
That's a roughly proportional test that Steve does,
Okay.
and he does a great job on it. So thank you.
That was very educational and well worth the discussion. So obviously, anytime you guys have any questions, you know who to go to. All right, we'll continue on with our meeting to item number 3, which is a bid award. And Mr. Dave Price will go through those details for us.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This evening, I have the pleasure to review with you the Andy Adams Park Tennis Court renovation project. This park is at 1713 East, 1000 North. These two tennis courts are believed to be the oldest tennis courts in Layton City. They were originally acquired from East Layton City, and they were constructed using a slab pour technique, which is similar to the way that you would construct a driveway. And so there was no technology at that time to hold the concrete together. And it makes a huge difference in the way we manage and use tennis courts now. The existing courts, the subsurface is failing and flaking off in large slabs. If this was simply a problem with the acrylic finish on the concrete, we would resurface the courts and move forward. But because the concrete subsurface is failing, we cannot cost effectively repair these. And so that's why we've asked you to consider completely demolishing them and rebuilding them.
Could I just ask a question about that?
Sure.
So is it just the old acrylic finish, or the new acrylic finish is the same, or is it different technology now to cover the concrete? Because I imagine it's from the expanding and contracting of the concrete surface what causes that, or what?
If I understand correctly, the acrylic surface is just a very small coating on top, and that can be reapplied multiple times as long as the concrete base is solid. In this case, it's the concrete base that's failing,
Not the coating as
not the
much.
coating.
So the technology and the way the concrete is poured now is what you're saying
Is changed.
Is what's changed.
Yeah.
Got it.
And as we had the professionals come out to look at this court, they analyzed it and they said that probably 20 years ago, someone came in and on top of the existing concrete to try to smooth it out, they added about 1.5 inch layer of new concrete. And at that seam is where we're seeing these large slabs come off. And because they come off in actual, kind of foot-sized pieces, if you're playing tennis and you move across that surface and try to stop suddenly, that piece of concrete can give way. And so that's why we closed this court about a year and a half ago. I mean, it was just unsafe to play in or to play on.
So things have changed enough that if you get a good concrete and a good layer, you should be good.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you can resurface that top layer, the
That top
acrylic
layer.
surface, many times. And so we sent this project, or we designed it and sent it out to bid. And as you know, because we worked with you to come up with this plan, we're using the same footprint for the design of the new complex. And we're proposing to put in one tennis court that is also striped for pickleball, and then to have 2 dedicated pickleball courts. We believe that this much more meets the needs of today's clientele. Tennis is moving down and pickleball is moving up in popularity. And so these neighborhood parks are places where people can walk to play both of these amenities. We think that's a real good solution. We did send this out to bid in a public manner. There are only 2 contractors in the state of Utah that are certified to do pickleball and tennis post-tension courts. And that's the technology that we'll talk about in a sec. The post-tension court is, I have a drawing, if you don't mind, right there. On top of a subgrade, they pour the concrete with cables laced throughout the concrete. And as the concrete cures, they tighten the pressure from the sides of the court. And they basically just squeeze that concrete, and so that there's no cracks that form, or fewer cracks, minor cracks. It allows them to pour a much larger pad of concrete without any seams at all. And so if you compare courts of this age of Andy Adams Park, you'll see that there are cold joints and expansion joints throughout the tennis court, whereas the new technology allows us to pour this entire slab of concrete without any joints at all. And so it's a much more uniform surface.
And heat of summer, cold of winter, stays crack-free
Yeah, because of
cables?
yeah, through that 30 to 45-day period, they just continually put pressure on that concrete, and it makes quite a bit of
Compaction of it.
difference. So I apologize. Let me get back to where we were. This complex also includes benches and shade structures. We will be removing all of the existing concrete and fencing and coming in with completely new concrete fencing, court amenities, things like that. It also includes a new entrance that is handicap accessible so that people in wheelchairs or with physical disabilities can get into these courts and still use them. When we received the bids back from the two companies that put in the bid, the lowest bid was $200,388. And you can see their breakdown there. The next highest, Wasatch West Contracting, was $279,383.61. So these were a little above what we had budgeted. In fact, we had checked with these contractors just in November of the prior 2 months before, and they told us that they felt the budget of $150,000 was adequate for this project. We were very surprised when the number came in where it is. We believe that some of the reasons for these high costs are, number one, that there is just too much work and a limited number of contractors that can do this type of work right now. Secondly, if the contractors have a lot of work to choose from, they typically do not want to do remodels as much as just quick new installation, because there's unseen circumstances entailed with remodels. But we're very glad to have the bids from both of these companies. They are both certified, and Parkin has come in with the low number. If you choose to approve this resolution this evening, you are also acknowledging that we will have to do a budget amendment for this year in the amount of $55,088. And thankfully, the city has sufficient funds either in the general fund balance or in the ramp fund to cover that amendment. That will come to you later in the year when Tracy brings the package of amendments to you.
Dave, can you maybe help me understand the general conditions portion of the bid, where Park and Tennis Courts doesn't have anything, and Wasatch West has 42,000? What is that?
When we put this bid out when we put this project out to bid, we did not include general conditions because we felt that this was a fairly simple project. And those small amounts that are typically written into general conditions could be just included in the project itself.
Maybe I don't know what general conditions.
General conditions would be permitting SWEP, conditions. I think that's right. Conditions that are imposed on the contractor to do business in the city, also to set up the project. There are certain costs that are associated with that as well. And so Wasatch West just chose to write in at the bottom of their bid that they were charging that amount of money, $42,000, as general conditions.
To do business with the city.
Yes, and to start up this project and to let it go forward.
That's interesting.
Projects, we typically always include that, but this one came as a surprise.
You typically see a contractor come back with zero?
On this size of a project, yes.
Because you said you weren't requiring that, it wasn't in the bid.
Yeah.
So is this, okay.
Chapel Street pickleball course, we didn't have a large general conditions written in.
Okay.
So Dave, it talks about the $4,700 for internal landscape repairs. What needs to be repaired?
We will be taking out all of those plants around the entire fence line, and our crews will do that. When they complete the project, we'll go back in and do some minor repairs and put in landscaping for that complex.
Okay. And if this bid's approved, when do they think they'll start or could start?
So they are looking at a start date of April, and they have 90 days to complete the project.
That's just their portion, not the city portion, that you'd have your guys go in and landscape?
The landscaping and things that could go on after that. I'm sorry, I misspoke. The start date would be the 1st of May, or the first part of May for the construction, and then 90 days after that.
Okay, any other questions?
Dave, will it still be lit?
Yes, we are continuing to use
Use
the
those?
existing lights.
Elevation, they're
Should-
just tearing out the concrete and they're replacing it,
Yeah,
basically. I mean,
they'll tear out the concrete and the little bit of subbase so they can
Right.
put in a new subbase, compact it, and then build the new
okay, so
concrete.
everything will
on it.
remain, you know, I say similar in size, area, height, all that.
Yeah, the only functional change will be the entrance to the
Yeah, it'll
complex.
change to the other side,
Right.
the south side.
Okay.
Any other questions? We
So I
good?
guess the last question would just be where that funding gap comes from
Yes.
in the future.
Yeah, and we can talk about that in the future. Like I say, we fortunately have two options that we can choose from. While I have you, Mayor, if it's okay, I'd like to update you on a couple of things that have come up. Number one, today, because of the governor's move Davis County from high to low, we send out email notifications to our basketball teams and players, and we are staying right with the state and county health department requirements, but they are relaxing the social distancing rule. And so we are able to allow more spectators into our young people's basketball games, to our youth basketball games. And I think for the last week or so of our season and the tournament, that's going to be a real positive thing
That will
for our
be.
parents.
When you say relax, what does that mean?
That means that right now we are only letting one spectator in
Yeah, I
per
knew that.
child.
Yeah,
There are no constraints.
okay, so now it's just like it was.
Yeah, we sent out in the email, we said we're recommending 2 spectators, but if someone came with 3 or 4, we would certainly let them in.
Okay. Is
Providing
that
they all
still-
have their masks on.
Yeah, all those requirements are still
Right,
in
yeah.
place. And then, just again, quickly, Harmony Place Park, we finished the design work, and that is out to bid right now. And so we hope to have those bid numbers back by the end of the month, and hope to bring that to you for a resolution at that time. Also, we are finishing up the pickleball complex at this time, and we hope to have that out to bid next week. And so that will also, we'll have a resolution towards the 1st of next month to put this into place. So we're
Moving along.
moving forward.
Yeah, thank you. These were, I know, very discussed items earlier on, and we appreciate you taking action on them and moving forward, because I think we're all excited to kind of see these things come to fruition. So thank you for your
So
attention
Dave-
on it.
Sorry, Mayor.
That's okay.
Do you see the same 2 bidders on these, or
We will.
increases in prices probably?
We are watching that very closely. We do anticipate that the tennis and pickleball complex may come in a little higher. We are working with Alex to try to come up with some solutions if that happens. But on the Harmony Place Park, along with the bid instructions for the project, we included several alternates, several large alternates that we typically don't do. And so if the bid comes in high, as a city, we will have options to take, we can choose to do the entire thing at a higher cost, or we can say we are not going to take action on alternate one, which could be to remove the tennis court. And that, that gives us about $100,000 flexibility.
And that will be built into the bids.
It is.
They will bid that accordingly.
Yeah, and so it's just a cautionary thing that allows us to have choices that are tied in by the contract. If we were to do this after the contract was awarded, we typically don't get that good of a deal. But because it's part of the bid, we can negotiate on good numbers.
All right. Anything
Good.
else?
It's been a while coming, and it's good to see things come to fruition.
Yeah, we are certainly grateful for your faith in us and allowing us to put these out to bid. So, thank you.
Dave?
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, we'll continue on with our agenda items here. We've got 2 more items listed. I know one would probably want a lot of conversation on by one of the council members here, but but I think if we could, we'll go ahead and go on to item number 4, the bid award for the Parkway. And Steve Jackson is going to present that.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for letting me attend tonight. Just wanted to give a brief summary of the bid award that we're proposing tonight for the Layton Parkway 2700 West project that we've been working on for quite some time now. Part of the project is to work with UDOT to connect the West Davis corridor interchange at 2700 West to Layton Parkway on 2700 West. So we put the bid out recently, received the bids back. We had 6 bidders on the project, with Leon Polson Construction being the low bid at $6,360,815. Just a brief summary of the project. The roadway is approximately 1 mile in length from 2200 West to 2700 West is approximately half a mile, and then from 2700 West, Layton Parkway, all the way to Gentiles, another half a mile. So quite an extensive project for the city. The right-of-way on Layton Parkway will be 84 feet in width. Right now, it's proposed that we're building a half-width road in that section on the north side of that half-width. The 2700 West right-of-way will be 105 feet in width, and we're proposing the full-width construction on that. In addition to the 1 mile of roadway, there's about 5.5 miles of utilities that need to go in, ranging from sewer, water, storm drain, anywhere from 8-inch to 36-inch piping, a box culvert there for the sugar factory drain, and then also a relocation of the open space and detention pond that's out there that the road is going to cut through to the other side of the road here. If you can see the mouse there, the detention basin on the west side or southwest side of Layton Parkway will become relocated over here. So Mr. Crane's team has been working feverishly to get us access to the property. We're stuck with, just like Mr. Price talked about, the pricing and the work that's going on. We're struggling to get the appraisals back on the property, so we do have an access agreement with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints to get in here and start work on the irrigation that needs to happen in order for the farm to continue functioning. The contractor anticipates if this project is awarded, like we hope it will be, that they will start as soon as possible within a very short period of time to try and get that irrigation taken care of before the April irrigation season begins. So with that, I don't know if there's any questions. I guess one other statistic for you is it's just over 17 acres of land that we need to acquire in order for this right-of-way to be built. We've been working with West Davis Corridor UDOT team. Farmington Bay Constructors is the project team that is working on that. Had a meeting today with the utilities group on their project to coordinate, but they anticipate the design of West Davis to be mostly complete by the end of August. And so they are moving full steam ahead with that project, and we have a commitment to meet them there with our road as well. And so that's why the project is proposed when it is, and moving forward. In addition, the Davis County COG awarded Layton City $6 million to help build 2700 West, and so $3 million of that is available this year funding, and then next year's funding will be another $3 to help extend it to the north. So can I answer any questions that you guys might have?
So I just have a couple in the resolution. It talks about, and I don't know if this is the same thing that Zach brought up in the other one, but the agreement shall include such other provisions as are deemed necessary to accomplish the purpose of the city entering into this agreement for this project. So what does that mean?
Basically, anything that we need to do to take care of the project, you're authorizing the city manager to enter into those agreements. So we have a standard agreement document that we provide to the contractors when they bid on it. But occasionally there may be some items that come up in the construction that Alex will need to administer that we authorize that to happen, especially
Okay.
on a project this large. There are occasions for that.
And then in part of the bid, under the street construction on Schedule A, it talks about the furnish and installing 5-foot tall farm fence or field fence and 6-foot tall chain link fence. Is there going to be a continuation of the concrete wall down Layton Parkway?
At this time, the proposal is not to extend the wall because this is considered the business district area that we're looking to do, and so we don't want to negatively impact the potential for businesses to relocate it or to locate into this area. That will be a decision that we'll make as development occurs, and not at this time. Right now, these are active farms, and to install that wall would not be as prudent as we think it would be at future dates once we know what kind of development would occur in here.
Okay, so I understand so the field fencing is obviously probably against existing agriculture.
Yeah, it's just
Okay.
temporary fencing for the church farms
Okay.
to just keep people from trespassing or causing nuisances.
Is that on both sides?
We're working with the church to determine which side they want it on. Right now, I think they've only asked for it on that south side of Layton Parkway. But we'll certainly be able to accommodate where they think they need it and where they don't.
And then,
There will be sidewalk on that north side for people to kind of know where they should be.
what about up 2700?
There is some proposed field fencing there. Again, the church is determining their operations and where they do and don't want that to be. But where that's a full width road, it'll have sidewalk on one side and a trail on the east side. So we anticipate that, pedestrians typically stay where they're supposed to. Most of the time, it's people driving off the side of the half-width roads that they're concerned with. So that's why those field
Long-term
fences
down the
go up.
road, there's no plan for that concrete fence there?
Not right now on 2700, no. Only on Layton Parkway if there's a change in potential development there, but we haven't discussed it where it's proposed to be a business park.
And why the decision to go half width on Parkway and full width on 2700?
So originally, we were only proposing a 2700 half width, but with the Davis County COG money that we received, we were able to expand it to the full width. And then based on the traffic patterns that UDOT is projecting for the West Davis corridor, we feel it prudent to build it now while the funding is available from Davis County.
So Steve,
Yeah.
the land or the parkway just north of 2200 is still at a single lane on the farthest west part of that section. Will that not then develop into full width until the other side of 2200, or when will that widen out?
You're talking east of 2200 there?
Yeah.
That portion will widen out with the development that's occurring right there.
Okay.
That subdivision, it's one of the phases that's in process of approval right now.
Okay.
So half width on the Parkway now, who will be responsible then to build out the rest of that?
As the development occurs, the development along that road will be responsible to finish that width as it occurs on that south side. And then we propose that development along this whole parkway will probably have some payback agreements for the utilities that are being installed in advance of development.
So you fall within the lines of the extractions that we were just educated on?
And you said they'll start maybe with the irrigation stuff soon before season starts. When will actual construction probably begin?
If we're working to get additional access agreements to do that work, but as soon as they can get access to the properties, they will start. They want to be finished. We want them to be finished by the end of October. So we anticipate this will move pretty quickly with the amount of work that's out here for these contractors.
And is there any time frame from UDOT and Farmington Bay to do their portion there at 2700?
We're hearing at the earliest they would be in here at the late end of the year, probably in that fourth quarter. If anything, they're working on the south end right now to use that as more of a haul route, but then they also have some structure work that they need to do. So we potentially could see them working at 2700 with some of the structure embankment fill that needs to happen a little bit before you actually see a lot of the roadway construction itself.
So Steve, 2,700 then will be built full width at city cost. The developers will not have to pay back on that, or will they?
No, we propose to look at that and establish paybacks based on the development requirements that any developer would normally have to pay for those roads. We don't believe we'll be able to recoup the Davis County COG money because it's a different form of funding source, but there will be a payback for utilities and other roadway work that should have been a developer cost.
Okay, and then being a farmer and an irrigator, and knowing the neighbors that are there are irrigators as well, basically it's the 1st of April to have the irrigation structures complete, and we're already 4th of March.
Yeah.
And the permissions are not given on a lot of it yet, from my understanding from my neighbors, to do those.
Yeah, the day, like I mentioned, Mr. Crane's team is working to get those access agreements. If we don't receive those access agreements, the Church of Jesus Christ property is large enough that there's quite a bit of work there. The contract does stipulate that they have to maintain all of the irrigation throughout the season. So if there's some kind of an impact, they would have to temporarily do something. It would have to work around the farming schedules that we have for the properties.
Well, even on that one, I spoke yesterday with the church people, and they told me that they haven't even decided what irrigation stuff needs to be done.
I don't need to get into maybe an argument with you, but we've met with the church multiple times, and we've met with the people farming the ground, and they have approved the plans that we've provided to them. So I don't know who you're speaking with, but we can certainly talk after the meeting if there's concerns.
Well, I spoke with both John Green, the operator of the farm, and the PRI rep. And he mentioned that, for instance, there's going to be gated pipe that's going to have to be supplied and other things like that, which hasn't even been decided yet. So from an irrigator's point of view, 3 weeks, if everything was set in stone and good to go tomorrow, I would still worry about it being done in that time period.
Yeah, we're worried that we're going to be up against a pretty hard deadline. But to say that it hasn't been decided yet, we have a signed document from the church saying go ahead and do what you planned on your irrigation, and there's the agreement with the irrigation plan. So I don't know why they would indicate that they haven't decided on it. I think there's maybe some latitude to decide where some of those things go exactly, but there is a solid plan for the irrigation to be taken care of before the irrigation season begins.
How long do you anticipate these improvements taking first?
The entire project?
No, what we're just talking about here, as far as the concerns with, obviously, the farmers there on this.
Again, we would love to see it done by April 1st, but typically April 15th is the drop deadline for having the water come down the pipes, and so we need to make sure that we're focused only on the irrigation until it's all situated and taken care of for the crops that are to get planted. So.
Okay, so I'm just questioning this now that I'm kind of engaging here. I'm thinking, okay, I know that the water goes in the pipes mid-April, and then usually by October, mid-October, they're also, the water's turned off. And when a conservative year like this, maybe turned off sooner, would it be an issue if we delayed that portion of it until fall, knowing that the state really isn't going to start? Or, I mean, if they're not going to be ready until the last quarter?
No, if we don't do the irrigation, then the rest of the project can't begin. There's all the laterals, utilities that need to go in, and the irrigation is the first project that has to get taken care of to make the rest of the functionality of the farm work. So if you don't do the irrigation first, then you have to delay the entire project for a year to make that happen.
So you're planning on, once you get the water in, then you're planning on throughout the summer then doing the rest of the utilities?
Yeah, the irrigation
Okay.
needs to be.
So the impact will be there all season long?
Yeah, the impact will be there.
As far as their growing season?
Yeah, absolutely. The
Okay.
impact will be there all season, but the irrigation needs to be rerouted and taken care of so that the farms and as much of the farm that is not being impacted can still be farmed. And like I said, we've met with the church multiple times to ensure that the different fields and which direction they irrigate from are taken care of so that we can ensure a proper functioning system for them.
So what about down 2,700?
So-
Irrigation structures, because it's not simply the church there. There's water that comes down the jungle ditch all the time
Yeah.
that's used by those farmers.
Yeah, that's
Even
all.
before.
That's all taken into consideration in these plans, and we have to coordinate that. I don't anticipate that 27 will be started or completed, the irrigation completely on that one, and so we're going to have to work with them to make sure that whatever we do there is not going to impact the irrigation operations of those facilities. But the jungle ditch or the sugar factory, Jane, as you mentioned, is proposed to be piped all the way from Layton Parkway to the north. And so as we, typically they work from the low end to the top end. And so we anticipate that as they work north, they'll build those irrigation structures that are needed and temporarily, provide that water a different method or however they need to do it. So we anticipate a lot of coordination with the home or with the property owners to make sure that we're not impacting the farms. But unfortunately, that's what, has to happen in order to make the project work sometimes.
I understand that, but I'm very concerned about starting it this late in the spring and a deadline of a water company that's close, because most of us that farm down there have had experiences with promises from construction companies in the past that just, no matter what we say here, they don't come to be. So let's say somebody needs that irrigation and it's not there and their crops suffer, who would be responsible?
The city or the contractor would have to make that right. And then in the past, we've had to buy an entire crop of whatever they were growing if there was some kind of an impact like that. That's what Mr. Crane's team is here for, is to make sure that there's not an issue with that. If there was a problem, we obviously hope that there isn't, and we don't want there to be, and we're going to do everything we can to not have it be an issue. But again, the intent is not to damage anybody through any kind of monetary means that way.
Should we get in that situation, that'd be kind of interesting to see how you put a value on it, because it's easy to calculate your seed going in the ground, but then the price of your harvest at the end. That's subject to an opinion.
Well, and Gary could speak to all of that, but that's not his first trip around the block with this kind of stuff. So I'm sure, there's a way to calculate that and make sure that we're not creating problems, so.
Yeah, so we've done that before. If you might remember, as we were doing Gentile, there was a crop, we had to put a pipe across Layton's property, Mayor Layton. I don't know if you remember that.
I do.
So it actually cost us the entire crop, and so we know how to evaluate that. There is a system for evaluation of that, and we will certainly use that system, a credible system, and the system that is accepted in the industry to make those evaluations if they're needed. they may not be needed at all, but we're prepared either way. So I think some of you might have been here when that happened. I don't know.
Council, does anybody else have questions?
I have
I-
more, but I can wait till the other meeting.
I have some questions. I just didn't know what a jungle ditch was. The funding for this, I'm assuming we've been saving up our pennies like we talk about for the last how many years?
Yeah, there's some existing funding that has been budgeted already, and then there's some additional funding that is being requested in the upcoming budget year to finalize the project, so.
And you mentioned Davis County COG money. Where is that coming from?
So there's, and again, Gary can explain all the background, but they call it the third quarter sales tax for transportation. And Davis County has been, I guess, saving some of that money, and they finally released those project requests. And so we put in a project request and asked for assistance there. So it's transportation funding money that Davis County is using to help build some of these regionally significant projects, and we're really grateful for it. It's a huge boost to this project to be able to build this and do it in the timeline that we can make it happen. So,
Okay, thank you.
yep.
So what, maybe I missed it. When was the anticipated start date if this is awarded?
The contractor has indicated that they want to start as soon as possible. So basically, if it's awarded tonight, we would get the paperwork taken care of, and within, they're anticipating a week. They want to be trying to get down on the ground there to get this thing moving. So I imagine they're probably already securing the pipe materials and other things they need and game planning. They're very aware of the need to get this irrigation taken care of as soon as possible. And Leon Polson Construction is primarily a pipe contractor, so they are, I guess that would be their forte, if you will, that they're not an earthwork contractor that lays pipe on the side. They do extensive pipe work, so quality-wise, they're one of the best we have.
And you've done work with them in the past.
Yeah, they've done pretty extensive work in the city as a general contractor and also as subcontractors. So.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks for that presentation. Okay, we got one more item here on our agenda. We'll have a discussion by Mr. Tim Watkins regarding our landscape ordinance.
Sorry, let me get this cleaned up for you.
Yeah, we haven't seen Tim for a long time. Welcome back, Tim.
All right, it's good to see you again. Let's get this open, and I'll be somewhat abbreviated in reviewing this presentation that some of you were able to listen in on at the last Planning Commission meeting. And this reflects some of the background research that has been done. We had an intern, Colin G., with us over the summer and fall months, and concluded in December. And we've been having conversations with engineering and department and planning department to explore what our general plan recommends, which is encouraging water-wise landscaping and efficient use of land to help conserve limited water resources. And so we're looking at a comprehensive rewrite of our landscape and fencing chapter. Target is this spring for adoption. And just an overview of the perspective, the importance of conservation. This graph is actually provided by the Jordan Valley Conservancy District, and similar projections for the Weber Basin Water Conservancy, but basically shows that without conservation, our current water demand in the green would grow by 2060 to the red. But with conservation measures in place, we could consume much less water and have to develop and bring much less water, find additional and deliver much less water resources to our area. And so how is this done? There are model zoning ordinances that are promoted by the Weber Basin and Jordan Valley Water Conservancy districts, and tools and various educational resources, as well as audits and so forth, that promote landscaping in zones. These are some of the initiatives and programs and partnerships. One is called the Local Scapes, and they promote not a mandate necessarily, but if folks are looking to save water in their landscaping, they come out and provide a water audit and then provide some of these landscaping design concepts and resources to educate on how to plant by zones, thus localizing the water supply to the plant zone and do less of the uniform application that you see on the right and more of the water conservation approach. And you note that the difference in landscape, the irrigation demand is very substantial. Also provide resources and design ideas for plant materials and planting techniques in park strips, where we see quite a bit of water waste throughout our state, and then recommended plant materials, native plants as well as drought-tolerant plants, and how those could be applied in yards and garden areas. And here's some actual photos of these types of local scape or planting by zones applied to some different residences. So the research in looking around the state of Utah really didn't find too many water conservation promoting ordinances in city ordinances, but we did look at South Jordan, and so our review of ordinances expanded beyond the state of Utah and looked at other semi-arid, or if not arid regions that have similar or less water rainfall, annual rainfall than does Layton. And so we'll just kind of look briefly at these cities and then a quick comparison. And some of what we've seen in the comparison of not just these cities, but also the model ordinances that the water districts provide is a prohibition on water wasting, restricting watering times, and then detailing potential penalties and citations for wasting water. And that's South Jordan. These are just some of the images of South Jordan. And we probably don't have time to get into some of the details of what we're seeing, but one item to note is that Daybreak is in this community, and that's a community that supports cluster development and some reduced side yards and front yards that helps to reduce the amount of water that's applied to a lot, and then they tend to share more of the common open space areas. The city of Arvada, Colorado, again, defines and enforces against wasting of water. They actually provide an incentive program that encourages participation in water-wise landscaping and conversion of the existing traditional landscaping. They are also very focused on tree preservation and tree replacement. I'll just point out the image in the upper right is a community, a new development that negotiated water rates based on some water-wise landscaping in the planting or the street side park strips. It looks somewhat sparse, but keeping in mind that this is brand new landscaping, and a closer look at the photo showed you can still see the little tags on the plant. So given some time, those will fill out more and provide more greenery, but much less water demand compared to a traditional lawnscape in the park strip. Reno, Nevada, they again encourage water conservation and have quite an extensive regulatory framework to encourage and require water-wise landscaping. A turf coverage restriction of a maximum of 50% applies to commercial and multifamily. It does not apply to the single family. And again, they restrict and enforce on water wasting. Here's some examples of landscaping in Reno. You see quite a bit of the reduced lawn area, if not complete elimination of lawn along some of the street projects. This is actually the Reno Temple and some landscaping around the parking areas and between the street and the grounds there. And you do tend to see more of the lawn in the residential areas. In Sacramento, California, they have actually a gray water recycle program, and again, detail the penalties and fees associated with code violations. Some examples in the Sacramento area. And so just a couple of comments related to a comparison. I have just some tables here comparing the ordinances. And here, for example, you see that both the model and the city ordinances focus on defining and stating what the infractions for wasting water and the applicable fees and citations associated with those. So we'll kind of skip over that and get more to the design and the maintenance. You note here on the second line that there is a smart irrigation controls requiring that the irrigation installation adapts to the moisture levels in the soil and the weather conditions. And soil scarifying goes across all of these examples, and that's just turning over the soil, which is particularly important after compaction during construction, and increases the infiltration for waters and nutrients. Turf grass is also restricted on slopes steeper than 25%, and some restrict turf grass in certain park strips or other areas. And then this last comparative table, the model ordinance promotes a calculation for total maximum water use. And that's this top row, and it looks like Sacramento and South Jordan actually provide calculators and formulas for measuring the maximum amount of water to apply to a project, and then projects are held to that amount. And again, another total turf area restriction applies in Reno and Sacramento, but for multifamily and commercial. And then most popular, you see each ordinance requires or encourages water conserving plants and trees that are referenced in the ordinances. And then the one city of Arvada has the incentive for commercial, multifamily, and single-family residential conversion to water-wise landscaping. So with that brief summary, we're working to apply and draft options for Layton City's landscape ordinance. And this is intended to decrease the water demand, yet still providing for sustainable and aesthetically pleasing landscapes in homes and businesses. And there are opportunities for water-wise landscaping and irrigation to provide the incentives and the educational resources. Those could include providing access to district initiatives and education, the examples of water-wide landscaping and irrigation plans, the water use calculations, and lists of drought-tolerant and native plant lists. So any questions or comments related to this preliminary research?
Council? No, you got a good. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. And
Okay.
I'm sure we'll have a lot of discussion as we go forward on this. So thanks for doing that research. Okay. That brings our work meeting to an end as far as our agenda items. We do have about 3 minutes, so if you guys want to take a quick break, you're welcome to, and then let's reconvene at 7. Thank you. I'd like to welcome everyone out to our Layton City Council meeting tonight, March 4th of 2021. Our start time is actually 7:03, so we appreciate your patience there on our short break. I'd like to welcome everybody here that's in the audience. It's kind of nice to see folks. Thank you to the governor for making that change today so that we can have a few more folks join us. I'd like to call the meeting to order, and in doing so, at the beginning of our meeting, we have a council member conduct our prayer and pledge, our opening ceremony. So I'll turn the time over to Council Member Don Fitzpatrick.
Thank you, Mayor. For tonight, I have invited, and he has accepted to do our pledge for us, and that is Corbin Anderson, the senior class president at Northridge High School. And following him, I will do the invocation. So Corbin.
Please recite after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Corbin. Our Father in heaven, we are grateful this evening to be assembled as the City Council and the staff of Layton City, and to be joined by some of our residents. We are grateful for this city that we live in and for the people that make it so special. We ask you to bless this night, that we'll be able to accomplish the tasks set before us and the work that needs to be done, and ensuring the city continues to develop in the correct way, and that we as the council are watchful over the needs and assets of the city. We are so grateful for our public safety, our police and fire, and we ask thee to please watch over them and their families and protect them as they protect our city. Again, we're grateful for all that we have, and I offer this in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Hey, thank you very much. And Corbin, thanks for joining us, and thanks for being a class officer up there at Northridge. Thank you.
I'd also take a quick second and recognize Kira Baldwin sitting in the back from our youth council. Thank you.
And notice her hoodie she's got on. Thank you. Very cool. Okay, council, we have two sets of minutes that need to be approved. So we have our council work meeting from December 17th, 2020, and our council meeting from January 21 of 2021. So.
Madam Mayor, I just want to say thanks to Kim for putting these together. I go through and read them, and she makes me sound a lot more eloquent in the written word than when I remember what I actually said. So thank you for putting together my thoughts better than I could. And with that, Madam Mayor, I'd move that we approve the minutes of Layton City Council work meeting December 17th, 2020, and the minutes of Layton City Council meeting January 21, 2021.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved in second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we'll move on to our municipal announcements. Does anyone here have any announcements that they would like to share? Okay, I'll take a quick opportunity to make two. The first one is a week from this Saturday. They will be having the War Dog Memorial dedication out here in our park. It's by the War Dog statue is actually by the Vietnam Memorial Wall, so we'd invite everyone to come out to that. I believe that ceremony starts at 1 o'clock. So you're welcome to join us. And then in addition to that, I mentioned that, thank goodness, the governor kind of moved Davis County into that moderate zone today, which was nice. But in addition to that, I also want to make everyone aware of the fact that with the weather warming up, that, you know, flooding can occur, and the governor has declared March as Flood Awareness Month. So I would recommend you to go onto his site and read the declaration, and certainly know of any and all the avenues you can solicit help should you need it. So With that, I'll go ahead and, since nobody else has anything, correct? Oh, Mr. Thomas?
Well, I don't know if Dave Price is going to bring it up or not, but he mentioned that with the governor's order, the recreation is open to allow more people to come to the ball games, which is nice if you're a parent and a grandparent. They can now go and watch where before it was limited to one. You still don't need to wear a mask, but they're allowing more people in, so.
Okay, good, thank you.
Madam Mayor, may I add one other thing?
Absolutely.
Along with the announcement that you mentioned with the governor, the other announcement today was as far as vaccines or vaccinations, the age was lowered to 50, so I was excited about that. Got our appointment, so that's good. And also added some other health guidelines, more expansive guidelines for the most vulnerable, so that we've got 3 vaccines in the state. We've got plenty of vaccines coming. It's really, really good news all around. So we still have these, unfortunately, for a while, but good news all around. It's coming to an end.
Yeah, hopefully we can, as long as we continue to kind of enforce not enforce, but please wear your mask until they say we've got enough people vaccinated. That's really what it boils down to. Okay, we'll go ahead and move on to our verbal petitions and presentations. Tonight we have one presentation by the American Legion, District Number 2. So you're welcome to come up to the mic and make your presentation.
Evening, Mayor, City Council, staff, and folks in the audience. The reason that I am here this evening is to say thank you to you. I am representing District 2 of the American Legion, which encompasses the 9 American Legion posts in Weber, Davis, and Morgan County. And for those of you who are unaware of what the American Legion is, we are a wartime veteran service organization. So by a show of hands, how many of you have worn the uniform? Just Tom and I, huh? Okay. The American Legion is based on 4 pillars. And the one that I am here to talk about this evening is Americanism, Children, and Youth. You may have heard of American Legion Baseball or the Boy State and Girl State programs, McGruff the Crime Dog. We have several programs that we put on each year. And the one that we put on here in these facilities 3 weeks ago is our high school oratorical contest. And we were having trouble finding a place to hold our program. We approached both schools here in Layton, and they said, takes some money. So we approached Mayor Petrel, and she said, come on down. And not only did she say that, she was one of our judges. So thank you for that, Madam Mayor. And this certificate I have this evening is one of appreciation. Certificate of appreciation presented to the Layton City Council for outstanding support of the American Legion Children and Youth programs. This is presented by American Legion, for the American Legion High School Oratorical Contest. And this is presented by American Legion District 2 on this 4th day of March 2021. So a resounding thank you to you. And with that, I will present this to the mayor.
Okay. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And thank you. Bob, I know that you need to give Kim your name, full name, and do you need his address? I don't need his address. Okay. So thank you. If you wouldn't mind passing that on, that'd be great. And I'll just make a quick addition here. I will tell you, it was indeed a pleasure to be able to judge that contest. And I got to tell you, talk about impressive, very impressive youth that we have in our community right now. I mean, these kids, I couldn't, there's no way I would even dare compete against them. They were just spot on. They had to do a prepared speech, and then they had to come back. They were only given, 10 minutes, five minutes to prepare a second speech. And boy, every one of them nailed it. It was a tough decision, but I think that we came away with a young lady that actually attends she's homeschooled. And she not only won the district, but she's also going to represent the state of Utah, correct?
Yes.
So this young lady, I can't remember her name. Do you remember?
Noel Polashi.
Yeah. And yeah, I guess. I apologize, and I know that isn't nice, but anyway, it's kind of cool because we got somebody here, right here from Layton, that's actually going to go to compete on the national level, and that young lady may have an opportunity to win. Was it $15,000 on a national level?
18 for first thousand, to 16 and 14 for second and third.
Yeah, so basically, she's got an opportunity there to get a good scholarship going for herself. And thanks to the American Legion, they also awarded the top 3 candidates with some funding as well for their future. So it was a great program. So thanks for allowing me to participate. Okay, let's go ahead and move on with our meeting here this evening. We have now come to the point where we appreciate citizens' comments. So if anyone in the audience would like to bring any items up to present to the council here that are not currently listed on our agenda, then you're welcome to come up to either side of the podium and state your name and address for the record and let us know what you think.
Mike Lindrianis, 2601 West Gentile. There's a consent item that's on the agenda today, and so I know there's no public comment on that, so that's one reason I want to take some time now, and I hope you bear with me. I have a laundry list of items I want to go through. And I'm not here just representing myself. I'm representing my family and some neighbors and stuff like that, so bear with me. But first, I want to thank Don and Tom. Back in November, I sent the council, the mayor, and the city manager a letter about a planning commission, and I want to thank Don and Tom for actually responding to that letter, so I appreciate that. So, why I'm here today, and I really don't want to be here. I'm not a public speaker, but I'm going to get to it. It's the bid package, 2700 West bid package. So this is a property that me and my sister own that's going to be affected by this road. And by no disrespect to staff or anybody here, just bear with me. The family's owned this almost 100 years, so we want to make sure this is done right. So I was first contacted, I'm going to go through kind of a timeline. So I was first contacted by Layton City's engineering department back in October of 2019, asking permission to come and do some surveying for this proposed road, some preliminary items. So was my uncle and some adjacent property owners. Then in June of 2020, I received an email from the engineering department with some preliminary plans, estimated acreage that they would need for this. And in that email, it was stated that I would have someone from a city representative would contact us and set up a meeting about the acquisition portion of it. And I want to say this, I don't have a good date for you, but it was either the end of June or the 1st of July. We received a phone call from the city representative wanting to set up a meeting to meet with us, talk to my other family members that own property there, We decided to do it kind of together instead of individually, have one meeting. Due to some vacations, the soonest we could meet with the city representative was actually September the 4th. City representative went through the process, what they were doing, that they wanted to purchase the property from us, kind of a question and answer type thing. At that time, 2,700 was a year or two down the road. It was mentioned earlier by the city engineer that they applied for a third quarter grant, a transportation grant. That actually went in June the 29th to Davis County of that year, of 2020. During the meeting, city rep told us about the appraisal. We said, yeah, that's fine, go ahead and do it, but we want the appraiser to contact us before they come on site and want to actually discuss that with them, give them some comparables that I'm aware of, kind of find out the process right from the appraiser. My uncle had actually requested, me and my sister requested, we were going to just go ahead and use this same appraisal that the LDS Church was going to use. My uncle actually requested to have a separate appraiser do his portion of the property. So that was September the 4th when we met with them. Come October the 19th, I hadn't heard from the appraiser, so I reached out to the city representative via email saying, hey, I haven't heard from him. There's a little confusion. And I go, hey, he thought I wanted a separate appraisal. I go, no, that's my uncle. I just want the appraiser to contact me. Now I'm going to jump all the way till January the 21st. That's the next phone call we got from the city representative to discuss the acquisition of the property. In the meantime, I'd heard that the city had been awarded the grant from Davis County. I reached out, and around this time I reached out to Davis County Commissioner going, what is this grant? Because what I had heard is the plans had changed that they were going to construct 2,700. And during this time, with no communication from the city representative, I went ahead and planned on farming the ground based on the conversation we had in September. And that, so I've incurred expenses and labor and stuff in my farming operation. So that's, sorry, should have typed bigger. I actually met with a city engineer on the 22nd. One of my part-time jobs is I'm the water master. Like Mark Twain said, whiskey is for drinking and water is for fighting over. So I'm the water master for a number of irrigation ditches in Layton, and in my role there, I usually meet with the city engineer with developers and such to identify potential problems and kind of resolve them. A city engineer contacted me we met on the 22nd to go over the irrigation design, and in this case, that irrigation company is owned by Davis and Weaver Canal Company. It's called the West Layton Irrigation Ditch. They acquired it back in 2001. So everything flows through the general manager there. All the drawings need to be sent to him. He still uses me to communicate with the engineer, go over it, and then discuss the issues or any potential concerns we have. On the 22nd, I also received a new concept acquisition drawing from the city engineer. And then On the 27th, I receive a call from the acquisition representative for the city asking us to give access to the property to start construction. And in that meantime, I found out the project was already out to bid. It was actually the potential construction schedule. So that's the 27th on the right question to talk about of January to enter the property to start the improvements. When I reached out to the Davis County Commissioner, he got with me with the Economic Community Director, I think is his title, on the phone about this third quarter grant and kind of explained to me what it was and what the purpose was. I then on the 24th of February, so basically a month later, my sister, which she's 50% owner in the property that we own, she had requested that the city representative also contact her. In the conversation I had in January with him, I actually said, hey, she is 50% owner. She wants to be contacted. She wants documents sent to her. It's not all to go through me. So a week later, well, that's on the 24th of February. On the 25th of February, the bid's open for the construction project. On the 25th, I also received an email from the city representative with an agreement on a proposed right-of-way entry document. So, and in that time, I had started doing a little research. I know how grants work, so I figured there's some deliverables that the city, that Davis County is going to require the city to do to receive this funding. So I reached out again to the Davis County and put a document request in, and they provided me, they actually contacted me and said, hey, what are you looking for exactly? And I told them the deliverables. And that's, the county representative told me that the city, the Layton City and Davis County haven't finalized those deliverables yet. That's work in progress. Actually, he told me it hasn't even started. So then he goes, I go, what do you have? And he said, the application. I go, well, perfect. Send me the application. I'd like to review that. So in my review of the application, this was, like I said, sent back in June. Joy, you signed it. City engineer shows is the one that filled it out. The acquisition portion for this grant request, and keep in mind this is from 2,700 only, that was less than 1 year. It was what they felt. I actually asked the county too, when was the city notified that they were awarded this grant? And that was October the 28th of 2020. So I'm going, okay, so I'm reviewing the document, and in there, it's, if you guys need a copy, I'll get you one. I'm sure staff can, but in there it also says the construction schedule being 1 to 5 years. In conversations I've had with the city engineer and finding out that they wanted to get this done, they needed to get it done between 2 years. That's a question I asked the county representative, hey, how soon does this money, that's what I was really after, how soon, because if the grant said, hey, we're going to spend this money within 2 years, I understand that. But according to the county, they go, no, we don't want it sitting out there 10 years. We'd like to see it, spent within 2 to 5 years. We can work with the city on that time schedule. That would be something that the city would actually negotiate with the county on how fast they want to do this. So I've never seen a full set of the construction drawings. I've only seen the irrigation portions of it. So I asked a few questions, city engineer, he was very helpful. There's no landscaping in it. And me being a tree hugger, I like trees, and there's 25 of them in that ditch right now. I'd love to see them replaced, and that. Don't really want grass in the park strip. I think that's a waste of water, but I would like to see it landscaped. What I was told by the city engineer was, well, we're not going to do anything right now. That'll be the responsible of the developer when they go in to develop that property. For right now, we'll just leave it dirt. And I go, okay, that means you're going to grow a bunch of goat heads.
Hey, Mike, I don't want to,
Bear with me, Joy.
but typically, you know, we cut the citizens' comments.
What's
time.
that? I'm
I
sorry.
says typically, and I'm only going to say this, typically we only allow 3 minutes.
Yeah.
And you can see I'm not going to pressure you there, but I understand your timeline. I just want to know what you're driving at.
Okay, what I'm
So if you
getting
could get to the point, we'd
is,
appreciate it.
is in what I've seen of the construction drawings, and keep in mind, none of the other property owners that I've talked to have been involved in the design at all. So we've had no input in the design. Right now, the design shows a 10-foot trail, which I actually had to, I actually reached out to Dave Price in the parks, and he sent me to Joe Ellen and said, hey, I know there's a trail here. How wide's that supposed to be? That's one reason the property that the city wants to purchase from me jumped, because the original plan just showed a 5-foot sidewalk. It necks down to a 5-foot sidewalk near Gentile, and then it plans to go back up to a 10-foot sidewalk heading northbound on the north side of Gentile. You're bottlenecking. It's an hourglass design, and if this is supposed to be the trail, you don't want point of congestion right at the intersection where people are going to be crossing and stuff. There's a good question on whether the city needs an Army Corps permit to do this, to pipe up that ditch. I'm aware of a project Kaysville City did, they were required. I know of a project Syracuse City's doing, they were required. The rules have changed. Maybe Layton City doesn't need their requirement, but that should be vented. That's roughly that's a $10,000 a day fine. I reached out, I farm ground that the Mata family owns. They own 50%. There's one water right on the sugar drain, so the water that's running through that, 50% is owned by the Mata family, 50% by the LDS Church. That's available to them all year round. That's one benefit of running that farm, is having that additional water. We can use that water today if I wanted to. That's what that water right is. I actually had it pointed out to the first design on the irrigation didn't have a connection going to the Mata family. So I told the city engineer, hey, you need to get this taken care of. They have not been contacted. And in this case, I think that they should be contacted, make sure they're satisfied with how the water is going to be delivered to them. I was recently with Farmington Bay Constructors just recently. They're knocking down trees right now. Their deadline to have any trees that are in the footprint of the highway is actually March 15th, because once after that date, if there's any birds in there nesting, that you can, by law, you can, especially a migratory bird, you cannot disrupt that tree. Like I said, there's 25 trees there. Now on the personal side, I think I mentioned some of those items. Farm expenses, there's all kinds of tax liability that I have to sort through. Me and my sister have to, my uncle has to, that. And then actually on my way, and I've done some more homework. I reached out to the ombudsman, kind of, and according to their attorney there, it's Utah Code 70B 5-505. Pretty much any time a government entity is to go purchase property, and they prefer to be negotiable, but they always have the intent to condemn the property, especially in this case. I think Gary kind of hit some of those issues up a little bit earlier. And in that code, in that law, we should have probably, and this is in consulting with attorneys, we should have been given a letter that's actually drafted right in the law explaining our rights as property owners. On my way up here, my sister actually received it today in the mail. And then this is what really hurt this weekend. Saturday, I was actually working late. Have a nice little lady, 75 years young, lives next door. Just purchased a home a year ago, not even a year ago, in September. She came bearing gifts, brought me dumplings that I love. But I wasn't home, my wife was home, and she says, she's upset. And I go, she wants you to go over. And it was late, so I thought it'd be best to go over in the morning, Sunday morning. So Sunday morning, I'm relaxing in my hot tub. She comes over again. So I go, hey, I'll be right over. So I go over there, and they were reached, according to her, she was reached by the city representative back in September. And then all of a sudden, the same day I received that right of egress to enter the property is the next communication she's had. And just seeing her, immigrant, just like me or my family, and that all upset, and I'm just kind of going, wow, that's not right. My uncle, 75 years plus, I don't even want to talk to him because his blood pressure gets so up about this with the lack of communication from the cities. And that's all we're asking. I mean, don't even think that this is about, this is just about having a seat at the table and helping design this and improve it, and see what we can do as a team to make this thing right and work the best for everybody. And it, and don't even think where I've been a lifetime farmer. Like I said, my grandpa bought the property back in the 20s, came off the boat in 1913, and that with about like $10 in them, like a lot of immigrants. So we want to do this right. We want to have input in the design, at least help review it and point out stuff. And then, and this I'm going to bring up now, me being a farmer or a part-time farmer, gentleman farmer is what I call myself. It was mentioned about this irrigation water, trying to get it in and getting it done by the 1st of April, or really that. But like I said, this water for the Mata Farm and the LDS Church is available today by right. And we plan on that. And especially this year with the lack of snowfall, and I would think Gary would think this would be a big risk, but if I lose I just ordered onion seeds, going to be here Saturday, and that I'm looking just at $15,000 just for the seed. And my crop this past year, which surprised me.
I'm going to give you 1 minute.
I'm almost done.
1
Joy.
minute.
I'm almost done. Thank you.
Okay.
My crop last year value was $120,000. And that the crops that are raised on the Mata farm, you're looking $10,000 an acre on some of those crops, and they got 90 acres over there. And the water is not just to the church farm. Once this water starts flowing down this, out of the canal, it has to go somewhere. And we have 300 shares of Davis and Weber shares in this ditch, times by 6, it's 180 acre feet. Did I do my math right? Right? And that,
Tom's the expert.
I looked at Tom.
He's the expert.
Okay, 1,800 acre feet. And these people that own that water expect it to be delivered. So I look at this rush to get this thing constructed and done without everything being thought out is just gonna cause the city problems. And I'm really looking in the best interest of the city is, hey, let's slow down. Let's make sure we get it right. My dad always used to say, if you're gonna do anything, do it right the first time. And that's what I'm saying here today. I don't know, I'm going to defer to Gary on what you can do as far as a motion. I would recommend you pull this one out as a consent item, vote on it separately, whether you can table it or just slow it down. And I'm going to end there. Joy, thank you for giving me additional time. I appreciate it very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, I'll ask if there's anybody else in the audience that would like to have a citizen comment. You're welcome to come to this one. And
my name is Spencer Chen. I represent my mother, Susan Chen, right 2665 West Gentile. I'm echoing what Mike had to say because this is the notice from the city we received from today, explaining about the rights, about the eminent domain and all other stuff. Before that, we've been in contact from the city representative several times, and we were promising to have an appraisal report before anything's done. But all of a sudden, we just noticed from last week that March 8th, that's when the city will start building the 2700 West. And again, I'm echoing what Mike said. This thing to be slowed down a little bit and take all considerations before you vote it to the contractors. Okay, thank you.
okay, thank you, Spencer. We appreciate that. Okay, is there anyone else that has a citizen comment? Okay, seeing that there's none, I think we'll go ahead and proceed on with our council meeting, which, council, we have several items on our consent items. And as you know, we typically listen to all the items and then we act in a single motion on them. So with that, I will proceed as the agenda is outlined unless one of you does
Madam
otherwise.
Mayor, I'd like to request that we remove item E, the bid award on the road, and discuss it separate at the end and vote on it separate.
I'll second that.
It's been moved in second that we deal with all the other consent items and deal with item E separately. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, then we'll proceed as I just stated. So with that, we'll go ahead and start out with item number A, and Mr. Dave Price will present the bid award regarding the Andy Adams Park.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This evening, I have the pleasure of introducing Resolution 2111, which authorizes the execution of an agreement between Layton City and Parkin Tennis Courts for site improvements of the Andy Adams Park Tennis Court renovation located at 1713 East, 1000 North. Not changing. This is a picture of the Andy Adams Courts and the new project. This project includes the demolition of 2 tennis courts, fencing, a staircase, partial retaining wall, and also preparing the site for the installation of a new post-tension concrete court for 1 tennis and 2 pickleball courts. Installing a new partial retaining wall, concrete ramps, handrails, to furnish and install benches and shade structures. This project and these improvements were included in the 2019-2020 budget and approved by the City Council with a budget of $150,000. On January 7th, 2021, 2 bids were received, with Park and Tennis Courts submitting the lowest responsible bid in the amount of $200,388. Authorizing this agreement will require a budget amendment to this year's budget in the amount of $55,088. The staff recommends the council adopt Resolution 2111, authorizing the city manager to conduct negotiations and execute an agreement between Layton City and Parkins Tennis Courts for the construction of Layton City's Andy Adams Park tennis court renovations. Any questions?
No questions? You got them all out in our work meeting, huh?
And if I could, Dave, thank you for bringing up our change to the spectators at our youth basketball programs. One additional information, I guess, a clarification, is for our adult programs, we are still not allowing spectators. And that is simply because our games are scheduled so close together, we do not have time to get in and sanitize and clean the seating between those games. As soon as that season or this little section of games is over, we'll reschedule so that we can have spectators.
Very good. It's good to know you.
Thank you.
That's okay. Okay. Our next item then is item number B, and Kevin is going to be presenting for us. Wait, we got a double presentation perhaps.
No, actually, Mayor, if I could, this is Kevin McGahey, who is a member of our city staff, city attorney staff, and Kevin comes to us from, he was actually the city attorney up in Hooper, or not Hooper, Willard, and has had extensive experience also in county government. And so he has gone ahead and drafted the animal enforcement ordinance, and I'll let him go ahead and explain it if that's all right.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor,
Do you mind wiping that down though for the next person? You're done? Yes.
Mayor, Council,
Yeah, welcome aboard.
good evening. It's Kevin McGahey, MCGAHA.
That wasn't,
And I inhabit the office, capacious office just across the wall over here. And I'm grateful to Gary for the opportunity and the confidence to work on the ordinance here. Now, I did take just a little bit of artistic license and thought that I would give you a PowerPoint presentation that includes a treetop overview of the changes. So we can kind of go over those. We'll outline those. I'm grateful I don't have to wear the mask because it makes my glasses steam up. So let's see, the update to the city ordinance, chapter 8, animals. There are a number of changes that are mandated by state code. We have run into a situation where we have to reduce our penalties to infractions. And there are 3 situations where we can impose a Class B misdemeanor, and that's where it's been found to be a nuisance, where it threatens the health, welfare of an individual or identifiable third party. The third situation is where there's been a fine imposed on 3 previous occasions within a year. Otherwise, we need to amend our ordinance to reflect those infractions. Some of these are just a little bit redundant. The second major change is that the county ordinance was amended to call the Animal Control Department the Animal Care of Davis County Department. And as you know, in being in the business of writing law and passing ordinances, that needed to be reflected throughout our ordinance. And so there are a number of changes that are merely name changes. So there's a little bit of artistic license there, probably not much. Utah Code Chapter, Title 10, Chapter 8, Section 65 provides that an owner may keep a retired service animal. We've incorporated that into the proposed change here in this ordinance. I thought this was kind of interesting. If you can't see, there's an eye kind of turned on the dog there, so made it an interesting look. Regulatory permits governing groomers, pet shops, and kennels, that's our section 803120. And the proposed amendment gives us a new process that kind of fleshes out an administrative process for suspensions of those permits. It also includes processes for hearings and appeals. So it's a little more elaborate than our last ordinance was, but it does provide extra due process. The sections on rabies have been expanded to cover all animals which should be quarantined when exposed to when there's been an exposure incident, and clarifies the quarantine procedure. And in the definitions sections, there are 11 proposed amendments to a number of definitions there. They define the director and his designee under the new name. That incorporate state definitions and define the restraint in one of those definitions to exclude radio or electronic fencing. We found that electronic fencing isn't something that is particularly effective. So, and with that, that is the end of my presentation. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay. Hang on, you might have some questions here. Council?
Go ahead, Zach.
Thank you for putting this together. I enjoy reading when and I'm a lawyer too, so I enjoy doing the legal analysis of what you did. So I just have a couple of questions. In one of the sections on amendment, I think it's in the defenses portion of it, talking about some of our police officers and the defenses that they have when they're using animals. I was just curious if the term, while the dog is reasonably and carefully being used in the apprehension, arrest, or location of a suspected offender, if that reasonably and carefully, is that defined by statute that we are required to use that language?
That comes straight from the Utah State Code.
Okay, thank you. And then that was it. So thank you.
And then I have one, maybe Kim, this is for you. On page 10, in the first paragraph, in the strike, well, there's the strikeouts and then the addition in green. It says, as established by the department is misspelled.
Oh, thank you.
I've been doing this editing all day, every day for about 3 days, so.
And don't take offense, she catches everybody.
I'm
so.
grateful. Thank you.
And I learned a new word, cattery. Who knew?
Yeah.
So what caught my eye was page 41, number 36, service animal.
Page 41.
Page 41 on our, page 5 of your ordinance.
Oh, okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at our packet page.
Yes.
Service animal. Is this state language here?
That comes straight from Title 62A, Chapter 5B, Section 102 of the Utah State Code.
Okay, so the state then is defining a service animal as a dog only,
Yes.
and it says in the next paragraph, it cannot be any other animal besides a dog.
Yes.
So that's a pretty big change for a lot of people who think they have service animals,
It will be.
and that comes straight from the state.
Yes.
It's a welcome change. Thank you.
Anybody who was here from a few years ago, we can appreciate that comment. So anyway, thank you. We welcome aboard again, and
thank you very
sounds
much.
like you really know your state code, so we appreciate that.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, good catch, council. We'll go ahead and move on. Does anybody else have any questions?
Just one.
Okay.
Change your joke to animal care.
It needs to be, yes. Thank you.
Might as well put
How did that get by you, John?
Because it's spelled right.
Good one. Okay, we'll go ahead and go on then to item number C, which Terry Colburn, you're welcome to come up and make your presentation regarding a new development pay for the Culinary Water Project.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Bring before the council Resolution 2107, a resolution requiring new development to pay for culinary water project improvements installed previously by UDOT and paid for by the city in advance of the development in conjunction with the US 89 project, Gordon Avenue, approximately 1700 East to 2125 East. UDOT installed the culinary water main line as part of their US 89 project, entered into an agreement with UDOT as part of Resolution 2049, in which city paid for the culinary water improvements installed by UDOT. The installment of this culinary water line provides service to 23.27 acres located along Gordon Avenue from approximately 1700 East to 2125 East, as shown in the attachments you had in your packet. The purpose of Resolution 2107 is to require new development within the culinary water service area to pay for the culinary water project improvements installed previously by UDOT and paid for by the city in advance of development in conjunction with UDOT's 89 project. The amount to be paid to the city as a condition for new development approval or permit requests or approvals within the culinary water service area as shown in attachments A and B is $8,197.72 per acre, not to exceed $190,736.25. Staff recommends council adopt Resolution 2107.
Okay, council, do you have any questions regarding this item? Okay, seeing that there's none, Terry's also going to present the next two items, so go ahead with item D.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Bring before the council Resolution 2108.
Ooh.
A resolution requiring new development to pay for sanitary sewer project improvements installed previously by UDOT and paid for by the city in advance of the development in conjunction with the US 89 project, Valley View Drive, approximately 2500 north to 3200 north. UDOT installed a sanitary sewer casing as part of their US 89 project. Layton City entered into an agreement with UDOT as part of Resolution 2054, in which the city paid for the sanitary sewer improvements installed by UDOT. The installment of this sanitary sewer casing provides future service to 86.073 acres located along Valley View Drive from approximately 2500 north to 3200 north, as shown in your attachments A and B. The purpose of the Resolution 2108 is to require new development within the sanitary sewer service area to pay for the sanitary sewer project improvements installed previously by UDOT and paid for by the city in advance of development in conjunction with the Highway 89 project. The amount to be paid to the city as a condition for new development approval or permit requests or approvals within the sanitary sewer areas as shown in attachments A and B is $2,187.55 per acre, not to exceed $188,288.10. Staff recommend council adopt Resolution 2108. Simply, they're just payback agreements that we're setting up to get our money back, which we should when development occurs.
Just a quick question, Terry, is there a time limit on those payback agreements like the others?
Sir Steve? I don't think there is. We wouldn't know when it would develop, you know.
Right. But some of the others, there was 10 years and they come renew them 10 years.
Any other questions regarding item D? Okay, seeing that there's none, we are going to skip item E and proceed with item F, which is another bid award. So
Thank
go
you,
ahead and
Madam
proceed.
Mayor. Bring before the council Resolution 2110, a bid award to Great Basin Development and Construction, Oakwood Drive water line replacement along Oakwood Drive from approximately Summerwood Drive to 25 South, which is Pinewood. It's the dip that connects one part of Fernwood Hollow to the other up on Oak Hills Drive on the south side of the road, almost to Highway 89. Resolution 2110 authorizes the execution of an agreement between Layton City and Great Basin Development and Construction for the Oakwood Drive Water Line Replacement Project 2005. The project includes the installation of 1,825 lineal feet of new 10-inch C900 DR 14 PVC. That's just fancy for strong pipe, culinary water main piping, and associated items for a fully functioning system. 5 bids were received, with Great Basin Development and Construction submitting the lowest responsible bid in the amount of $417,588. The engineer's estimate was $400,000. Staff would recommend the council adopt Resolution 2010.
Any questions?
I just have one. This is kind of a general question. So you made in the earlier presentation, when you talked about Leon Paulson Company, that they were really good at pipe. I noticed that they're also a bidder in this as well, and they weren't the lowest responsive bid in that. Is Great Basin Development and Construction the lowest bid as good a pipe constructor as?
They're good enough.
They're good enough. Well, that's kind of my question. Are they good enough to?
In my personal opinion, no. And I'll address Leon Paulson Construction and the topics when I get to that.
Okay, I was just curious because that comment was made about they were really good at pipe, and
That's
this
why
bid seems to be a lot of pipe.
That's why we have to bid. If we always gave it to the person that we thought was the best.
I get that, but if one company's not good at doing pipe or not as good as another, do you always have to take the lowest responsive bid, or is there some weighting in there that? But I was just kind of curious, and is Great Basin also a good pipe layer? Because this project appears to be a lot of pipe.
They're a good pipe layer, plus we check references as part of the process. But no, we don't always have to take the lowest price.
Okay.
The lowest price is not always the best price.
Okay.
I would add, we pre-qualify all of the contractors who bid on our projects, and if they don't meet our standards, they don't even get to bid. So, yes, they've done quite a bit of work for us as well, but the 2 projects are substantially different in scope and size, and so there's a little bit of difference in the way they get bid sometimes.
Okay.
I'll address the Paulson thing when we get to that last item. Thank you.
Terry, can I ask a question? Is that okay?
You betcha.
We're replacing the line. Is that because it's scheduled to be replaced? It's old, or we're having issues with it?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I'm cool with this.
Actually, we've had a lot of breaks on there. It probably was maybe 2 or 3 years out, but we've had a lot of breaks and maintenance problems. So we've decided that we need to
Okay,
do it now.
thank you.
That's the one that goes just below Oak Hills, down that dip.
Yeah, you turn into Fernwood Drive, you hang a right, you go down Summerwood. And they used to not be connected. Then you hang to the south and it goes down a dip and hooks up to Pine Street, which is the other part of Fernwood subdivision closer to Kaysville. And that's that section of pipe.
Yeah, there was one on that first dip coming off of Oak Hills. I was up there one night a couple of years ago at the Public Works guys, and it was by Pioneer Park there.
Yeah.
It was about 20 feet deep.
Oh, yeah.
The sides.
Yeah, it's
Badly.
It'll be a good project to have done, and for the people up there too. They don't like their water shut.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Got a few items to talk about tonight. We'll start with the East Ridge Park PRUD final plats. We've got a couple of those to consider. The first of these is phases 1I and 1J. This is a cottage home portion of the East Ridge Park PRUD subdivision. You can see on the map there, the red asterisk, the little red mark there shows the approximate location of the PRUD, 1800 North Emerald Drive approximately. This is the specific location of these two phases. You can see those phase 1I and 1J. Again, this is the cottage home portion of the development. I'm going to talk about two specific issues related to this development. First of all, just wanted to mention that we've had a great opportunity as the design for this subdivision has been revised and refined to determine some changes to the trail plan. The developer of this subdivision worked very closely with our Parks Department, and we've noted during the refinement of the design that there are areas that are just too steep to construct trails, feasible trails. We've been able to work with the developer to make some modifications to those areas to provide some alternative access. And then a great opportunity that's actually pertinent to the next phase we're going to talk about, but I've got the map up here now, so I'll just talk about these other changes, is on the south portion close to the future park. You can see that there is an opportunity there for us to create a trailhead, park access parking lot on this western boundary that'll replace this area that was previously designated as a trail connection. And this trail connection was found to be too steep and really not a good feasible location for a trail. So we've replaced that with a trail connection a little bit further to the east, still provides good access to the neighborhood. So those in total are some changes that have been requested and that we've been able to work with the developer, especially closely with our Parks Department, to create some alternative connections that really make more sense based on the topography and on some desires to provide some access to our future park there. One other issue, just to mention briefly, is that you'll recall that this particular development is within a sensitive lands overlay. You'll also recall that several years ago, the state legislature passed a law that provides for some exception to the land drain requirements of city code. This did obtain a waiver from those land drain requirements, and that has been closely monitored by the developer throughout the development of this PRUD. And just want to mention that is something that's pertinent to this subdivision. This is a copy of the proposed plat for phase 1J and for phase 1I. You can see those cottage units that are arranged around that private street there. The Planning Commission did review this at their February 9th meeting, and they have forwarded a recommendation of unanimous approval to the City Council. Be happy to answer any questions if I can.
Questions, council?
Just one comment. I was present in that planning commission meeting, and Jo Ellen Grandy from the Parks was here. She gave a much more in-depth explanation on the trail connections, which made perfect sense to everybody there. She did a good job. Chad's done a good job. So I don't worry about any of that part of it.
I just have one.
I can explain more, but wanted to kind of keep it brief tonight. But yes, Mayor.
Okay, just one quick question. Knowing that I get the fact that the state, they can follow the state statute as far as land drains. Have we had any issues at all up in that area? I mean, has anybody complained about any type of flooding or seepage or anything in there?
None that I'm aware of in this particular development. Yeah. The thing that, one other thing that I failed to mention before related to this is that this is an administrative review. So really what we're looking at is really just reviewing compliance with the preliminary approvals and compliance with city code. So there's not really, it's not really a review of, the subdivision's been approved. This is just our
I
chance
get
to.
that. I just wanted to know because we've
And,
had
well, sure,
current
no,
complaints.
maybe just to get where I'm going with that, because this is a sensitive lands subdivision, though, this does come before the council. And normally, normal subdivision final plats would be reviewed by staff. So it does just take it a little bit higher level, so.
No more questions on that item, right?
Okay.
Go ahead and proceed.
I'm gonna keep my comments on this next item fairly brief because we've talked about the issues with the previous phases. This is a final plat application for phases 5A and 5B. Again, the locations shown on the map. These are the specific locations of those phases. This is a single-family home product rather than those cottage home products that are shown on the other phases. 27 lots. This is the outlined in yellow is the location of those two phases, again, right adjacent to that future park. Again, we talked about those trail issues. I'd be happy to answer any specific questions if you have them about those trail issues. Here's the more detailed plat map showing the location of those two phases with those single-family home lots. And this is the actual subdivision plat proposal. These are the two phases broken up there, showing those two phases. Again, Planning Commission reviewed this final plat application and is forwarded a unanimous recommendation of approval. Be happy to answer any questions if I can.
Any questions, council?
All right. We'll move on to that next item. This one's fairly straightforward. This is a plat amendment. This is the Canyon Creek State Subdivision First Amendment. The location of the property, again, is shown on the map there with the red dot. This is up at 389 North and 372 North Canyon Creek Circle. This, again, pretty straightforward application. The reason for this request is that there's a fault scarp that runs through one of the lots that makes it, for all intents and purposes, unbuildable. So the request is that the two lots be combined. That'll allow for a little bit larger lot area for the owner. The Planning Commission has, again, reviewed this request and is recommending approval. Any questions that I can answer for the council?
Any questions?
Just one.
Yeah.
Excuse the ignorance. In the plot, what's all the ladder looking for?
This cross hatching right here. Maybe I can zoom in a little bit. Whoops. Try to see, let you see that. So that's where your fault scarp is. So that's showing that fault area right there, just at that cross hatching. That little note talks about where that's at.
It just shows it, so.
Yeah, you bet. Yep.
Any other questions? Proceed. You have one more to go.
Okay, I do. Yeah, just one more. This is a request for really a quick claim of some city right-of-way. This is for a property on Fort Lane. You'll recall this property is being developed as a RV park and a storage unit facility. This area of Fort Lane, as the city has continued to develop, our latest master transportation plan identified that we no longer need as wide of a right-of-way. That's based on anticipated fewer trips because of the accident potential zone and the diminished potential for development in that area. We also don't anticipate that there'll be a time when there'll be a signal at Fort Lane and Highway 193. Therefore, there's not the right-of-way that maybe was originally anticipated, the need for that right-of-way. So the city has reviewed this and has determined that we can quick claim that piece of right-of-way to the adjacent property owner for use in their development. Again, the Planning Commission has reviewed this and is recommending approval of this quick claim.
So Chad, that's strictly a right-of-way. That wasn't city-owned property?
You know, I am not sure if that was what the underlying fee is on that. Gary might be able to answer that. Do you know off the top of your head, or maybe Steve? City-owned right-of-way?
And not the actual property? Okay, that's good
Okay.
enough answer.
And I want to bring something up in this one. Okay, right off the bat, I'm picky, but we may need to do a review of all of our documents because on the grantor's acknowledgements, it says on this day, whatever, personally appeared before me, Joy Petro, who being duly sworn, did say that he is mayor of Layton. So now that we have a female mayor, maybe we need to review our documents that make reference to that and look at replacing the pronoun.
Fair enough.
Oh, good job, Dawn. Do you have a recommended pronoun? Sorry, I just
They.
had to throw that.
Any other questions?
Specialist. Yeah, any questions regarding item J on the consent items?
Okay, thanks.
Okay. All righty. So council, that brings our consent items that we agreed to deal with in one motion, and then we'll deal with item E as a separate motion. So therefore, I do need some action taken regarding all the items except for E. So whoever would like to take the time to make that, that motion, if you could, please state at least the resolution in the motion as well, so Kim can have good records.
Okay, I'll do it, Madam Mayor. I'd like to make a motion that we accept the following consent items. A, the bid award Park and Tennis Courts, Resolution 2111. B, to amend the Layton City Municipal Code Title 8 Animals Ordinance 2102. C, a resolution requiring for culinary water project paybacks, Resolution 2107. D, a resolution requiring new development to pay for sanitary sewer improvements under Resolution 2108. F, a bid award to Great Basin Development and Construction for the Oakwood Waterline, Resolution 2110. G, a final plat approval for East Ridge Park PRUD Phases 1I and 1J. H, final plats East Ridge PRUD Phases 5A and 5B. I, an amended plat at Canyon Creek Estates Subdivision First Amendment. And J, Resolution 2112 on a vacation and quitclaim of a street right-of-way at 2575 North Fort Lane.
Perfect. Do I
Second.
hear a second? Okay, it's been moved in second. So all those in favor of approving all consent items as stated, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you very much. So we'll now move on to item number E of our consent items. So, Mr. Terry Colburn, would you like to come up to the podium again?
Bring before the council Resolution 2109. It's a bid award to Leon Polson Construction Company Incorporated for the Layton Parkway 2700 West construction project. Along Layton Parkway from approximately 2200 West to 2700 West and along 2700 West from approximately Layton Parkway to Gentile Street. Resolution 2109 authorizes the execution of an agreement between Layton City and Leon Polson Construction Company Incorporated for the Layton Parkway 2700 West construction project. The project includes the installation of asphalt, curb and gutter, sidewalk, sewer pipe, water line, land drain pipe, storm drain pipe, box culverts, manholes, and associated items. 6 bids. Remember when council worried not too long ago that we weren't getting very many bidders? 6 bids were received, with Leon Polson Construction Company Incorporated submitting the lowest responsible bid in the amount of $6,360,000. $6,360,815. The engineer's estimate was $6,300,000. Staff would recommend the council adopt Resolution 2109. Now, before I'll I'll take the honor to start the discussion with some of the questions that have been raised. Pertaining to Leon Polson Construction Company, I've been here 46 and a half years. In the 42 that I've been the director, we've done a lot of work with Polson Construction, and when they got the bid, I told Alex I was extremely happy because this was going to be a project that was going to require a lot of different things to be done, has a lot of tentacles on it. Leon Polson originally was the mayor of Riverdale. He passed the company on to his son, Steve Polson, who I know very well. I've had a conversation with Steve already, telling him exactly what they're up against and telling them exactly what I expect of them, okay? Now, just like it's not Mr. Crane's first rodeo to go out and purchase ground, this is not Layton City's first rodeo in big street projects that include irrigation, piping, relocation, or whatever, okay? We did Gordon Avenue for those. I don't know if anybody was here. You were alive. I don't know if you were on the diocese, though. Gordon Avenue from Maine all the way down to the Syracuse border, a lot of irrigation. West Gentile Mar, you'll remember that project, from Main Street all the way west to the city border that also included a lot of irrigation. In talking to Steve, he knows he's up against it, and they'll put 2 crews on the irrigation and what they have to do and work Saturday and Sunday if need be in order to beat the water coming down the ditch. For council's information, I don't know if you noticed, but the second lowest bidder was less, that bid was less than 1% if you look between the low bid and then the second bid, okay, on a $6 million job. I'm sure that estimator went out to his car and probably almost threw up, losing that job by that little. I'm here to tell you right now that if we don't get the project started and we have to push it back and bid it later, it will not be the same price. It will go up, guaranteed. With that, I'll let council ask questions they wanted, and if need be, Steve can address any technical engineering things. But let me just say, Layton City is highly regarded in the public works area, okay? Contractors love to come to Layton to work. And the reason they do is they know they're going to be working with professional engineers, that they're going to submit invoices, they're going to get paid on time because they have bills to pay. I was told, and I won't tell you the city, but it's a true story, by a contractor who said they purposely will put more money in projects in other cities around us because they don't have professional engineering people. They don't get paid on time. And if they're going to have to put up with that BS, so to speak, then they're going to make extra money on it. That's not the way it is here. Let me also tell you that my boss would not let us be dishonest with people, treat people with disrespect, have our contractors treat people with disrespect. That will not happen on this job or any other job. Let me give you an example as to why we have you have to have certain things just in order to get a bid book from us, okay? We had a contractor that did a job. He stiffed one of his subs. The sub came to us. We helped him out because it was honest, and we ended up in a lawsuit. We didn't, but we ended up as witnesses. So I had Gary sitting by my side, and their attorney, he was quite a choice individual. But he asked me, so Mr. Colburn, you say that blank company that I represent is not a good construction company. Why do you say that? And I just looked to Gary, and Gary said, Terry, you can say anything you want, which he probably thought, oh, I shouldn't have said that. I said, well, let me give you one quick example, and then my testimony will be done, and the stenographer can take the next one. I said, I don't think you're a very good contractor when I get a call from an 85-year-old widow lady who's crying her eyes out because 3 of your workers are urinating in her petunias. I said, a reputable contractor, one that knows what he's doing, will have the porta potties delivered before the job starts. They no longer can bid in Layton City and a few other cities. So are we up against it? Sure, we're up against it. From previous comments, supposedly, over on West Davis Corridor, they're knocking down trees and whatnot. We would like to be the ones that beat the state to the spot, so they have to match up to us, not vice versa. Okay? We know what we're up against. He knows what he's up against. But we all know and all knew that this day was coming. Can we go do other projects for 5 years straight without batting an eye in this city, as big as it is? But this is the project with them coming that was deemed it was time to get after it and get going. And like I said, I've already talked to Steve Polson. He understands. He's been in the business. He's dealt with irrigation, all other types of utilities. And I have full confidence that they will do what they told me they will. Can I answer any questions?
Anybody else? Because I have a list. And I'll start out by saying, I appreciate your comments, Terry. I couldn't count how many times I've been told in city meetings how great this city is, how great the public works is, how great everything is. We do a good job overall. However, I have some real concerns, and what I'm going to state first is very important. Being a farmer out there, a lot of people might say, well, I'm just against this road. Far from true. Am I happy the roads are coming in? I wish it could stay like it has been in the past forever. But me, I've talked with Mike. I will disclose that I've talked to Mike and many other neighbors down there through this whole thing. We're not against the road. And my comments here tonight are not against the road. We know they're coming. We know they're inevitable. But the way this bid is going, I very much oppose, and I'll bring out some questions why. Number one, ever since I've been here on the council, we've talked about the Layton Parkway extension to the West Davis corridor. We've talked about the 2700 extension. But even in our current budget, we have some money set aside for the Parkway. We've started to put a little away for 2700 as well. It totally baffled me because the last meeting that we had was months and months ago, I believe last fall. And we were told in that meeting by Gary Crane that the council would be able to approve all of the right-of-way purchases and all the things that would go on with this project. And I'd ask the council, how many meetings have we had since then for us as a council to review a design, of the project, what's going into the project, or anything about it. Nothing. Not a one. The reason I knew the bid was out, which totally baffled me, was from Mike Clendrianos. Told me, this is going to bid. That's how I knew it was going out to bid. And we might say, well, we bid projects routinely without the council knowing about it, but I don't think we do $6 million plus projects. So I think there's been a real lack of communication, not only to the council, but especially the citizens. What Mike outlined here, I don't think is good for the citizens of this city. So one of my first question would be the budget impact. This, what we have before us tonight, is a bid on the construction of this project. It has nothing to do with the cost the city's going to have to foot to acquire the property. So that could go into the millions. It will go into the millions if there's 17 acres of ground to acquire. That will go into another millions of dollars. So how is this going to affect our budget? We don't have $6 million in our budget this year for it. And I realize some of the money is coming from the county. So, but the budgeting issues are a concern to me. Okay, another concern to me is there's also a secondary water. This one's a little bit minor. There's a secondary water line in the project. I don't think the city should be paying for a secondary water line until it's decided who owns the secondary systems in Layton. That's an old argument you've heard from me, but it's time to get those things decided because the city shouldn't be paying. Awarding a bid, them starting construction basically imminently. How many right-of-ways have been in writing right now?
The actual acquisition of the properties has not occurred. Like I mentioned, we don't have the appraisals back. There's been a delay in the appraisals, and that's part of the delay with the project is we wanted to get the appraisals done. But at some point you have to pull the trigger and get off the starting block here, and that's the issue that we have. That's why the request went out for the right of entry. We will not enter properties that we don't have the permission to be on. The majority of the project is located on the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints property, and they have granted us access for those irrigation work to be done. And we are in the process of securing the additional right of entry to start the utility work as soon as we can get the permission to do so.
Do you have any idea when that will be?
I'm hoping within a week. We're moving that fast with the acquisitions to try and get this done. One of the things that was not mentioned was that when the letters went out asking for a right of entry, there was also an offer made to provide compensation up to a certain point because we don't know the full amount of the valuation, but we know it will be above a certain value for each property acreage. And so we have been trying in good faith to negotiate with these property owners without having to condemn because the condemnation process is kind of viewed as a negative situation. UDOT immediately starts with, hey, we want to buy your property, but we're going to condemn it. And we don't do that in Layton City. We try to work with the property owners. As Terry mentioned, we try to be fair. We try to work things out at an arm's length transactions rather than just come in and try and be heavy-handed about things. So, but the answer is yes, we have the permission to start the work we need to start, and we anticipate that we'll have the permission to continue with the work that needs to continue. Whether we have permission from the other 4 or 5 property owners, we've got a lot of work to do on the one that we do have the permission to be on. So,
Steve, I'm not going to argue with you, but I talked to the PRI representative of the church yesterday. He agrees with what you say as far as going in there to do the irrigation stuff. He does not agree with the other. He says they want to push it off till fall. Anything other than the irrigation structures.
And that has never been communicated in any conversations that Gary's team or my team has had.
Well, I'm just checking it out myself.
So
that's what he told me.
I guess I need to ask respectfully, are you representing the city when you're having those conversations or
No.
I would like to have you include my staff because this is a huge project for us, Tom.
Okay, so Steve, along that same line, I think it's bizarre, almost absurd as a city councilman for you to make a comment like that to me. that you want to be included in the conversation, and you have not included this council in any of these conversations.
I have,
Until
Tom.
you plop a bid on our table to approve tonight to go in, and let's talk for a minute
I've
about
had
the,
at least.
just a minute, I got the floor
Excuse
for a
me.
second, okay?
I'll wait.
So I'm not representing the city, I'm not representing anybody when I talk to these people. I'm trying to find out the information that I need to know to make a decision here tonight. That's all I'm doing.
So why didn't you call my office and ask?
Why didn't you offer it up? So let me
I did,
back up for a
Tom.
minute.
I've been in numerous meetings to talk about this project, and I don't want to get argumentative with you, but I've come and I've talked to you about West Davis. I've had numerous conversations. You've approved the budget for a portion of this project already.
A portion of it. That's very important, Steve, a portion of it. I
Yes.
think what we have, and Alex can come up and give us how much we've apportioned for 2,200 or 2,700. I know it's not $6 million, okay? So it seems to me that if the city is going to build a road, number one on the list would be acquiring the right-of-ways. It would not be putting it out to bid and then saying, well, we're going to acquire the right-of-ways later. To me, that seems bizarre.
That
Okay.
happens all the time when you have to negotiate properties, especially when you have properties of this size.
I'm going to disagree with you, but we can disagree.
That's what
fine.
rights of entries are for. That's why
Rights of
you-
entry, rights of entry. How many of those rights of entries do you have? Because,
Again,
let's back
the
up for a
largest-
minute.
the
Just
largest
back up for a minute,
property owner-
Steve.
the
I got
largest
the floor
property
for a
owner has
second.
it.
Let's say I'm Mike Calendrianos there, okay? And you make me an offer. Anybody in their right mind is not going to sign that offer because they want to see what their appraisal is. Why would I want you on my property if I don't know what the final price you're going to pay me for is? I don't know anybody that would.
We have it happen.
So, huh?
We've had it happen. We have a right of entry from the church to be on their property.
To do
We-
the irrigation structures.
We made an offer to say, this is what we will pay, and then we will pay the difference between what this value is and the appraised value when we get the appraisals back. As a
Okay.
good faith effort for those that needed the money or wanted the money up front. So that's where we're at, we can delay this project if that's the choice of the council. But like Terry said, we're going to pay a lot of money if we do.
Maybe. We don't know what we're paying now. So you asked me to come and approve a
I
project.
disagree.
I don't know what I'm going to pay today on this project.
We know what the UDOT parcels are selling for that they're acquiring for West Davis corridor. It's not, again, our first rodeo trying to get these properties acquired. Now, there's always disagreements on what the valuation of properties are, but there's a ballpark, and we know what that ballpark is, and we've accounted for that in the budget requests that we have.
I'm talking about materials, we won't get the same price. Anybody that thinks that you're going to get asphalt and some of the work done, if you look through that schedule and bid for the price I just gave you, if we pull it and wait, does not, I mean,
Terry,
not
let me ask
reality.
you a question then. And I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it's no more than your speculation. How many times have you seen construction cycles go up and down?
Oh, I've been around a long time. I've seen
Okay.
it go up and down.
Up and down. So for you to tell me that no matter what, it's going to be higher, you know, if I was betting today, it probably would be, but that's not a guarantee either. You know as well as I do back in 08, 09, and I'm not saying that's a repeat, things got cheaper.
Well, a bird in the hand's worth two in the bush, right?
That's right. That's why you should have the right-of-ways in your hand before you go ahead with a project,
But
which may be,
I'm talking the materials. A bird in the
Nope.
hand is worth gambling in the future, okay?
But-
What Steve, respectfully, I have the floor.
that's right. I'm listening.
Okay. What Steve has said is he has a signed letter from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints that allows us in on the property to do the work we need to do to start. If
Okay,
we're
Terry,
to,
can I stop right there for a minute? To start, do you have that to end the project and build the project?
what?
We can play word games here all night long, but I've heard you now and Steve say you have the permission from the church, and I'm not defending the church, they have to defend themselves, I'm just telling you what they told me. You both have said you have the permission to start the project. And I'm asking, do you have the project to do, or the permission to do the project after that? Let's say you go in there and do all the irrigation and you get it done by April 1st and they want to postpone you to April. Do you have that permission to continue on?
The church postpones us till April?
No. You go in there, you got permission to do the irrigation stuff. You go in there, you get that all done.
Okay.
They say, no, we're going to wait till fall and we're not going to give you any other permission to go on the property to do anything else.
At this point, Tom, all of the discussions we've had and all of the verbal commitments that we've had between each other was, if you'd like permission to get the utility work done, please submit us those documents and we will provide you with that same agreement that we've done for the irrigation. So at that point, we're working in a good faith effort with the church to continue working towards the completion of this project. But yes, if you decide that in your conversations, the church can take that back, absolutely they can. I would like to think that they're as honest as they're portrayed to be, and that we're as honest as we portray ourselves to be, and that we're going to work together to find an amicable resolution to this and move forward. They know what's coming.
Yeah, sure they do. But they're not, their position is no different than Mr. Calendrianos or some of these other people. Every one of the people that I've talked to on this project, they're not against the project, Steve. They're a little bit against the process that it's gone through, and I'm not speaking for the church. In other words, they need to just slow it down and get things in order before they proceed on. And that's the way I feel. I have no problem denying this bid here tonight and taking the chance on a higher bid later. If everything's in line and the ducks are all in order, that's the way it should happen, in my opinion.
And I respect that opinion, but I'm here to tell you that there's ways that you work through the construction process. UDOT does it all the time, and you use the tools and the documents that you can to be able to continue forward, even though you have to wait for an appraisal. And I respectfully disagree, Tom.
That's fine. We can disagree.
We can move forward with the project, or we can, it's up to you as the council. That's what's before you to make the decision.
I'm bringing the things out to the council that the costs are not $6 million here.
Again, let me clarify.
That appraisal's come back at as well.
Let me clarify. There is, of the $6 million, that is Layton Parkway and 2700 West together. So there is city funding that is provided for Layton Parkway. The majority of it is already funded. And then there is a portion that is the 2700 West that is partially funded, and we're asking for additional funding come this new budget year. But there's also the COG money that helps with that 2700 West, and all of that property requisition can be included with that COG money. That's part of the transportation funding allowances that we have. So we understand, we have budgeted for the property acquisitions in the budgets that we have.
Well, we have a council. Have any of you ever seen those budgets? I have not. I have not seen those budgets, Steve. And
they're in the budget requests that we have, Tom, every year that we put forward. We say we need this much money. That's where we're including that. But if we need to break it out.
But that's a future budget.
No, there's current budget money that we've asked for that has been approved previously by the council for at least 2 years.
So if I go on this year's budget, I see $500,000 for 2700 West. Mm-hmm. That's what I see on this year's budget. So there's no way that this is going to happen without a budget amendment for this year or pushing the costs into the next year. And like I say, I'm not against this project.
There's an additional 500 the year before that, in addition to the $3 million that Davis County COG has available to us.
Right. And just to speak a word on that, when I was aware of that, I made a call to Commissioner Elliott and talked with Ken Anderson as well. There is no problem in their minds as far as delaying this project to fall or even the first of the year. Their money's still there. So my whole point through this
and that's a different conversation than we've had with Mr. Euler down in the planning department, because he said, if we give you this money, can you get it done? And we said, yes, this is the plan.
Yeah, even in the grant application, as Mr. Calendrianos brought out from his grant request, and he's provided that with me, it's 1 to 5 years.
Again, but before, when they called us and said, hey, if we give you the money, can you get this done? And how fast can you get it done? That was what our conversation was. So if you choose to delay it, that's your decision. But I'm not saying we're going to lose the money. It's just the money is there.
The money's not going.
The money's there, and we can use it to build this project and take care of it in front of the West Davis corridor, and then we will be in the driver's seat when it comes to connecting and making sure everything is set up for when the interchange is there and open.
Which to me, as a council member for the last 7 years, is pretty much a totally opposite conversation than we've always had, because we always have said in any meeting I've been in that Layton Parkway would be the first connection to accommodate that. So it's a change. It's thrown on me as a change, but what makes me more I guess, upset about the whole thing is this was never discussed in the last whatever months it's been since we had our last briefing on it from Gary. And then to all of a sudden have a bid to award, and when I know the right-of-ways and things are not secure, or at least mostly secure, I have a problem with it.
Okay. Do you have any other questions?
No,
All right, 'cause
not right now.
I take it that some of the other council members do.
I'd like to just point out, if I may, Madam Mayor, that despite what Tom has said, it's not accurate. Tom, this same process that has been followed, I'm speaking to the balance of the council, okay?
You're not speaking to me?
I'm speaking to you as well, okay? But there are 5 council members, not one.
No, I know there are. Go
Okay,
ahead.
may I finish?
Yeah.
So the process that's been followed on this, maybe you haven't paid attention, I'm not sure. But this is the process that has been followed in virtually all of the big transportation projects. We have never, in my history with the city, been involved in a situation where we've had every piece of right-of-way before we've moved. That's not customary on these big projects because you don't know. Some people want to be condemned. Some people want to continue to negotiate. So you extend the contract and you begin moving down that process. By approving the contract, what the council is essentially saying is that we believe this project has to be done, and we support whatever means, negotiation, ultimately eminent domain, whatever has to be done to accomplish this project. That's how it is with all of these big projects because they're too complex. There's too many factors that come up, that can come up. So it's no different here. And I think that's been explained, but I'm not sure that people are listening to that. Is my concern. There's nothing atypical about this project. If this project is delayed, and I know Terry and Steve have done a good job about articulating this, we've made commitments to people, to the state of Utah, that we would be there ready with this connection when they got there as well. Okay, we delay this a year. If we don't do the irrigation now through the LDS Church property, as they said before, this whole project is going to be delayed. If it's delayed, we still have to build the project, and it takes a long time to do that. We're not going to be able to meet that commitment to the state of Utah. So my concern is we have the money. Let me speak to that as well. What Steve said is accurate. We have had money put in this in the budget in the past. We have money that we're going to talk to you about next Wednesday for next year's budget that covers this. Money is not an issue on this project because we've been preparing for this. It's been in our transportation plan for years, both of these roads. And there have been multiple discussions over the years about these. Yes, the timing is a little bit different than we anticipated, and that's because we didn't anticipate having the county say, we're going to give you $6 million. Okay? In my opinion, it's foolishness not to take advantage of that opportunity. We design roads all the time. There's nothing atypical about this road. In terms of its location, it's largely open field, green field. It doesn't have near the complexities that some of the other roads that we've done in the past. So, again, I want to be respectful as well. But at some point, I think I would hope there would be an acknowledgement that you have staff who are competent. Doesn't mean we know everything, but you have engineers and attorneys and people who've done this professionally and have won high marks for doing it for years and years and years. And this is no different, despite what may be represented. It's not any different. And we'll work through those issues as they come up, and we'll do it fairly, and we'll do it honestly, and we'll get the project done. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to that.
Thanks for your comment, Alex, but I'd like to know when I missed the boat. Because I've been at every meeting since I've been elected that's been here. So I don't know where I missed the boat. And the commitment from the state of Utah, when are they going to be here? That's still a couple years down the road. I'm not asking that we delay this project indefinitely. I'm saying we put it off till fall, for instance. All the money's still there. You can deal with the residents. You can get your right-of-ways. You don't have to worry about the irrigation. Most of your problems are gone just by a delay of 6 months or so. That's all I'm saying. Rather than go down and try to be hurried through and trying to rush people and get right-of-ways that you don't have and everything else. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying don't do this project. Never have once. Remember my first comment.
The delay is it will be a year, Tom, because the only thing we'll be able to do is winter work will be the irrigation. Those fields and everything else out there, once the snow comes, then you're going to end up incurring extra costs for that winter work. So the recommendation to build the road in the winter is okay if you get a winter like we've had this year, but it's not a great deal to gamble on when you want to get a good quality product for, a 50-year life road.
So what you're telling me is 89 should have shut down in the winter.
I'm saying 89 traded what their requirements were based on the winter weather that they had. They shifted from building pipes and roads to building structures because that's what you do in the wintertime, just like the I-15
this project has an awful lot of them going right down the jungle ditch.
We have pipe.
So I
running
don't think the delay to fall and working through the winter is a problem, because I look all over the state and see it happening all the time.
And that's a great opinion that I respectfully, disagree with. There are huge challenges to building in the winter when you build these types of projects. And can it be done? Absolutely. But I know for a fact that every time we have a project in the winter, it costs us a significant amount of money more because we're dealing with those winter projects. So yes, you can lay pipe, and I'm not going to argue that you can't, but this is not the project you want to be building in the middle of the winter to try and have it done in the spring.
And I'm not trying to push it into a winter project. And I think it's unfair to say that it's just going to be a winter project, because it's not going to happen in just a few months.
No, but if we start in October and all we do is irrigation work, then do we keep going, or do we have to wait and see what the weather does? That's all I'm saying. It could push us into a springtime, delay of 3 months where we have to stop because we can't work. Now, maybe that's not the end of the world, but again, to a contractor who's got a crew lined out, it's a lot of money to put on hold. And they typically like to get paid when they have to be on hold because the contract says they can work.
Okay. I know that there's a couple other questions, so I think we need to kind of move on here. Let's allow some of the other council members to ask their questions as well, so that we can kind of deal with this in the open. So, Dawn, do you have a question?
So it's just a thought, and I don't know as much as Tom does about this, but I think I do understand working with people. It seems to me that their biggest concern, what we heard tonight, is lack of communication. And if this project if we approve it to move forward tonight, is there something that the city can do? We ask developers this all the time when residents have concerns and issues with a new development, to connect the two and have us sit down face to face or go on site and talk to people. Is there any drawback to doing that? If these people want to know, rather than receive a letter in the mail or, not hear from you for 2 or 3 months, is there a way that you can share the plan, show the drawings, be more receptive to what, and more explaining to what they want to do to maybe settle their concerns and still move forward with the project?
Yeah, there's no reason we can't communicate with the property owners, and it's my understanding that Mr. Crane's staff has been in contact. I can't speak to those timelines, but I know that they have the phone numbers for every city staff. The property owner that was up here before has the personal cell phone of my staff member and communicates regularly with him. So I'm really quite shocked that he feels like there has been a lack of communication. And I don't want to say that he's not being genuine, but I'm floored that he says that there hasn't been that communication there. Now, I can't speak to Mr. Crane's staff and what's going on, but my understanding is they're open and willing to talk to anybody, and we're happy to do that. Now, are we going to get into design details with them? That's typically not something we do with property owners. We tell them where the property line needs to be, and if there's an impact to their home because we're putting sidewalk in, we explain that in the landscaping, but they're certainly welcome to see the plans. There's no reason that we can't do that. It's more of we didn't realize that somebody would care enough to look at the plans because it's a green field with a road, typical cross-section, street. So I'm happy to do that for all of the property owners out there.
So Steve, just let me ask you a question. So what you're telling me is Mike out here was not telling us the truth about his communication? Is that what I'm gathering from you?
I'm saying that Mike has had numerous conversations with Ryan Bankhead. The city engineer he's referring to is my staff engineer, Ryan Bankhead, and I know he's had numerous conversations with him. So I'm surprised.
That's not what's bothering him. What's bothering him and the others is the right-of-way issues. Like I said at the beginning, they're not fighting you on this road. They're trying to work with you on this road.
And that's why I'm saying, Tom, is that if Mike had those concerns, he had numerous times he could have expressed those concerns to Ryan, and Ryan would have addressed them. So that's where I'm surprised. And maybe that's on me, and maybe that's on Ryan for not understanding those concerns. But if we had any inkling that there was a concern that the property acquisition was not going well, we would have hoped that somebody would have said, hey, what are you doing? But yet we're talking to them on other projects. As he mentioned, we're working with him on the irrigation design. We're working with him on other properties that he represents. And not once has he said, hey, I've got this concern. Or at least if he did, it didn't get communicated to our staff. So that's where I'm confused, and we'll work that out with Gary's team and my team to make sure that we get these concerns addressed. Obviously, we're waiting for the appraisals, and that's what everybody wants is the appraisal, and we want the appraisal. We're trying to get the appraisal, but you know, you can only do so much when they've got so much work out there that they can't keep up. So, but no, I'm not insinuating that he's not being truthful. I'm just saying I'm surprised that it didn't come up to my staff member, because that's a big enough deal that in my experience with Ryan, he would have brought that to my attention immediately.
And I would hate to have Ryan have anything negative about him, because my conversations with Mike, I was present with Mike and Ryan Bankhead, and I would have nothing but good to say about Ryan Bankhead.
And I appreciate that. I just, again.
We'll pass that along to Ryan.
We'll pass that on.
Can I interject here?
Yeah.
The properties in which that are not the church, are they more on the 2700 half?
Yes.
So the first.
We anticipate Layton Parkway will be built first.
Sliver, is that like we call Layton Parkway?
The piece from 2200 out to 27 is Layton Parkway. It'll be the road on the south side. We anticipate most of that. Yeah, the half-width road.
So in order to do that road, I mean, you're not going to get it done in a month.
No.
How long is it going to take you to do that sliver?
We got to get with the contractor and get his schedule. That's one of the things he's working on right now. As Terry mentioned, he's game planning all of the different items to get them in place.
You have maybe a guess?
I would think that you're probably into June before, if they wanted to get all of Layton Parkway done first. And if that's the only property we have access to, that's where they'll work.
Right, okay.
So.
Then you, in the middle of a season, a growing season, and I mean, I work with water, and you have to change the irrigation, you may lose some of your crop, right?
It's possible.
Yeah, I've been told that they'd be compensated for the crop.
Yeah.
Right?
Correct. If necessary.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you cut off the water a little bit, or whatever, they're not going to lose their whole crop, I wouldn't think.
No.
And tell me if I'm wrong. I mean, I don't have a problem. I'm just trying to visualize this to see. So you go in and let's say June, July, even August, you come up, appraisals, everybody on board. You take it out, you cut part of their crop off, you pay them for the crop, you make the irrigation right, and then of course you start on whatever else. Sounds like irrigation goes in first. I don't know that to be true.
It needs to go in first, especially on Layton Parkway. Yeah.
But I'm thinking is, if most of the land is up on the 2700 side, can we take care of the land on the 2200 side, and get that going, and then, I mean, you know, if it's going to take a little longer, and I keep hearing everybody wants to do it. I don't know how long it takes to do irrigation, but if you were meeting evidently with them, they feel like they need a little more input or something. I don't know. I don't want to say that you know, I'm sure everybody's done everything they can. And some people wait, some people don't. But, you know, I would think is there a possibility of somehow getting this going, taking care of what we got now while we're solving the problem? And I can't see within more than 2 or 3 months if you're meeting with people, unless there's a problem with acquisition financially. I don't know how that works. But as far as, here's how we want to do the irrigation, here's how it's going to affect your land, you know, here's what we want to do, we'll pay you this much money to do that, and if we got to pay for your crop, then evidently we pay for the crop too. I'm just, instead of putting off and running away, and, you know, it seems like we can still continue to go forward, but we need to have their input. You know, I mean, obviously there's a discrepancy somewhere, and let's get to the bottom of it. I mean, they sound like they want to talk, and I know we do. Yeah. And so if that be, you know, and I don't want to point fingers like somebody hadn't done something. You know, there's a lot of unfortunate things when it comes, you know, I bought my house and forgot that other people were going to use the road. Now I know that they use it more than I thought they would. But anyway, you know, I'm saying, I don't like the idea of tabling something to get a portion done, but I don't like going beyond the mark until we get that portion done. So if we can do something before, I'm kind of all for, you know, getting that part done and going, and then work on the rest.
Madam Mayor,
Step in.
this is a complex issue, and we have professionals in the city staff who it's their job to do these kinds of things. And I don't know if it's the council's role to be micromanaging decisions based on how we think it should be, when that's not our role as members of the council, at least in my estimation. The expedited timeline makes a lot of sense because we have a quarter or a third of the project being paid for by money that is not ours. That would necessitate moving up timelines. Construction costs, I'm building a house right now, and I can tell you it gets more expensive every day. And so until something changes in that aspect, I don't see how it isn't more expensive as we move forward, which would, again, as custodians of Layton City, would benefit us to move the timetable forward. We have to meet the state, as we have informed them that we were to meet them at that junction, and it would be best if we had our stuff done before they got there. Additionally, I think that as I'm a little worried with respect that we have these conversations in such an adversarial way, and that sometimes it comes across as if one member of the council, and not just you, Councilman Day, or someone speaks on behalf of the whole council. I'm only one councilman. I speak for myself. When I'm asking questions, I'm not speaking for the council as a whole. And so I think we just need to remember that our comments need to be directed. And this is obviously, I'm a lot newer at this than you are, Tom.
So do you feel like I spoke for the whole council?
A bit.
How is that? Because I am one person. I realize I'm one person, and I'm just giving my own opinion.
Right. Well,
as myself.
I will say it's the mayor's meeting to run, and so it's hard for us to be able to interject when I want to make sure that you have your say, right? And so if you say, well, we've been in all these meetings, and you point to us down here, and we're not going to be saying yes or no to that because it's your floor time. And so you said some things I agree with, you said some things I didn't agree with, but I just want, when we're making our comments, I don't want it to be so adversarial to the staff. I think it's disrespectful. And I don't want it to be seen that somehow when I'm speaking, it's for everybody. That's not. And I know that's not what you're intending. I'm just saying that's how it comes across, because as you can tell, the rest of the council and the mayor are very respectful, and we just let people talk, right? We had a citizen comment for 30 minutes, right? We have Councilman Day speaking for however long you wanted to speak, because that's your role. But it's hard for us as a council to not feel like we're along for the ride, no matter what's being said, as the anger in the room starts to grow. I don't think that facilitates good governance. I don't think that facilitates a good outlook for the city. And I think I just think we just need to take a step back and maybe remember our roles.
Okay, I'm going to interject here, and I'm going to let you know that in respect to each one of you, as a council member and as citizens, I'm allowing you to speak. I'm allowing you to deliberate, because that's what I heard loud and clear, that you guys needed that time. You needed to understand. As far as individually, I think you're all individual, and I know that each one of you do your homework, and I know that you do your own research, and I don't see any of you really being persuaded by anyone in particular. That being said, I want to continue this discussion. However, I think in respect, so that all council members have an opportunity to speak, I'm going to allow Mr. Morris to speak, and then we can continue.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of thoughts as this has been going on tonight. Thank you for the citizen comments and that perspective. I appreciate that. Thank you to the staff. You all do a great job, and these are complex issues, because humans are involved, and we have people, and you add people and property and then government, and it makes it even more difficult. And that's why you have this group here to help with some of that, and maybe just some of that. As far as this, again, I'll be brief. I've been in a lot of these meetings. I ran for this seat 3 times. And so I've been in a lot of these meetings, and this issue, 2700 West, I remember a meeting, and it was full, this whole room was full out to the foyer about what road is it going to be? Is it going to be 2700 West, or is it going to be, or 3200 West, or is it going to be 2200 West? Is all the traffic going to go past Dave's house? And it was determined that it would be 2700 West, and that was a compromise. And so that was I don't know, 4 years ago, 5 years. This isn't a surprise. It's not a surprise. And so the property owners, they knew this day would come. They knew that we would have to have this meeting. That there'd have to be a cut. There'd have to be a meeting to decide. Okay, it's now, and it's happening. And it's not a surprise. It hurts, yes, but it's not a surprise. And the city, hopefully, I guess I can't speak for the city, but would hope that we compensate fairly for that. And I think we have the word of everyone here, the staff, that those who own property will be communicated with, will be compensated. And if they want to negotiate, like you talked about, Steve, how versus condemnation and all of that negotiating tactics that happen. Okay, let that happen. That's a natural course of things. But this isn't a surprise. I want to keep our commitment that we made to the state. This money that we're talking about, and we're talking, well, it's $6 million, and we're getting $3 million from here, and if we don't do this now, it'll delay the project, and that'll cost more money. That money is not our money. It is our money. It's our taxpayers. It's yours and my money, those who live here in Layton and in Davis County. And we're stewards of that money. And I feel like if we don't do this now, then we'll be wasting taxpayers' money. And those taxpayers also are paying these property owners for this property as well. So I hope that we move forward this evening. That would be my vote if it comes to that this evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, all of you have had a chance to voice your opinions.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to ask for permission to speak again, because I think I need to rebut a few things that have been said about me.
Okay.
Okay,
I'll
so
allow it.
if any of you guys have taken on the council, my comments is speaking for you. I'm not. I'm speaking solely for myself, my own opinion. And never have done anything other than that with my intent. Okay? So you guys all can all think. You guys all make the decision. Your decision here tonight will be your decision. Mine will be mine. But you'll also be held accountable for your decisions. We're all elected to do that job. So some of the things that have been talked about, yeah, we have a wonderful staff and they do a good job. However, if I'm not doing my job as a council person to question some of the things that I think need to be questioned, I don't think I'm doing my job as a council member. So to come in here and say that we should get along, we should never question what the staff says, that we should always just rubber stamp whatever things go, I think that's the last thing a council person should do. If that's your opinion, and I'm not saying that it is, then you're not doing your job as the elected person, because we work for the citizens as a council and the staff works for us. So remember that. And so, yeah, it's good to get along with the staff. It's good that they do a good job. But trust me, if you're not questioning, if you have a question, and everything that I brought up here tonight are questions that I've had about this project. And that's what they are. So.
Madam Mayor, may I just add one?
You know what? This is your meeting.
For Councilman
I don't care
Day.
how long we're here, as long as you guys feel good about your decision. So go ahead.
Councilman Day, I respectfully, when it comes to, and I think maybe this is what Councilman Bloxham was, or at least when he was talking about that, it brought this to my attention. When we're talking about out west, we're talking about secondary water connections. Tonight, we've talked about ditches and the canal company. You own shares, you're part of, I don't know, ownership somehow. So when I hear you talk about these things, I'm thinking, well, he's part owner in this, and this is going to benefit him, and this is going to, those are, and so I would appreciate if we're going to talk about these things that it's brought up. You don't have to recuse yourself, you don't have to leave, but at least acknowledge the fact that, yeah, I have shares, this is going to help, some acknowledgement so that when we're listening, that it's not totally just city council, it also helps to benefit you.
Okay, Clint, I'd like to know how it benefits me. Okay, so let me explain a few things. I own none of the property involved in this road. I really own none of the property up 2700 all to Hillfield Road. My father owns some property, but I don't. I own a shop there, but that's not right next to this property. And let me tell you this too, there is no conflict as far as the ditch companies go or anything else. In fact, it would be opposite, because if you're going to go down and pipe all these ditches and everything, that's not a conflict to me. How is that a conflict? And if you remember what my first comments were, how would it be a conflict if I'm opposing, and I'm not opposing the road. All I'm saying is we postpone it 6 months to get the ducks in a row, buy the horse before the cart. Trust me, if it was a conflict to me, I'd be pushing this through, because it doesn't take a genius to know that your property is worth more with the road by it than not. So why, if I had a conflict, would I be trying to delay it to make sure that the ducks were in a row as far as the city goes?
Well, and that's a good reason too, that I was going to say the property values are going to go up for these homeowners when the improvements are in, plus what they get paid for their ground.
That's the exact, Terry, that's the exact reason why that they're not fighting this road. All they're saying is get things in order before you start. Before you go down the road you can't come back from.
Well, with all due respect, Tom, and I think I can call you Tom or Councilman Day, we've known each other for a long time. On issues like this, you might not know it, you come across very adversarial to staff. That's my opinion. You can ask Steve his, but you know what? We're big boys. We can handle it. You can say what you want to say. What I'm going to tell you as the Public Works Director is what I think is best for the city and the citizens. And you had us great staff at one time, and then we were good a little while later. So, you know.
Okay, guys,
Mayor,
I'm gonna cut this meeting now.
No, Mayor.
I think that this has gone beyond what our representation of the city is. None of us have been like this before, and I do not want to see this carry on tonight or in the future. I respect each one of your opinions, and I know that each one of you are passionate about what you do, and everyone is, in my opinion, an expert in their own mind, as well as the fact that I know several of you are educated and have a more in-depth knowledge that you're willing to share and help educate the rest of us. And that's really what this is about. This is part of the discussion so that we make sure we're making the right decision for this city. So with that, I'm going to call for a motion. No,
I'll make a motion
done.
for you.
Nope. Sorry, this is a council. This is a motion. I'll call for an action on item E, the bid award for.
You just said we would go until we're done. And now
Well,
you're saying we're not.
Okay, good point, but I got to say, I don't think that this back and forth action and accusatory that's taken place tonight, I am not proud of. I don't think any of you will be proud of. And I think that it's time you either cut that off or we're going straight to an action and decide this.
I think that's well said,
Okay.
but I don't think cutting it off, saying we're done. I mean, you know, sometimes we got to put on big boy and girl or whatever you call it, pants, and we got to nut things out. I mean,
Okay.
we gotta, you know, and things need to be said, not in an accusatory way. That serves no purpose. I don't care if you're right or wrong. That's not the issue. The issue is that we hear what can be done, what could be done, maybe what can't be done, you know? And can I have the floor? I don't want to, if you want to tell me.
Actually, I'm accepting your point that you made against me, and that's why I'm allowing you to talk, because you're right. As long as you guys can be decent to one another, go ahead.
Just raise your hand if I get saying wrong words.
Okay.
I'll look on my thing here and see the words my wife said I could say. Here's how I see things. Right, wrong, or indifferent. You've got people that have land that don't know what it's worth. I shouldn't say it like that. There's no appraisal. So until the appraisal comes in, they don't know what they may be paid, right? Okay. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they have the right to go get their own appraisal. Right? Okay. So instead of waiting for our appraisal, you can get your own, and then we can see what happens in between. We got a road to build. If we can get this road started and get going, how long is it going to take to get an appraisal and then to deal with Gary? How long will it take to resolve what you see? And I know you can't tell. Somebody may decide they never want to sell, and you got to do other things.
Can I just address the acquisition end, because that seems to have come up a number of times?
Sure.
Yeah.
Can I say one thing, and then I'll shut up? Okay. You walk up behind me now, we're gonna have issues. So the key is, it's like playground, baseball or something. You make the rules, we're making them right now. We know what it takes, we know what we want to do, you know what we want to do, as best as we can. We want to be fair, we have heard all this stuff, okay? So instead of arguing about everything, I don't know what the deal is with 4 months. Seems like a long time to me, knowing what's going to happen. If it's got something to do with your crops and how you do things, then you need to be compensated for it, if I can say that. Can I?
But you
I can say anything I want, I guess.
Nobody's stopping.
Okay, and so these are the things we need to work at. The key now is to get going, this is my opinion, get things going, and then work things out as we go. And I think we can do that. I'm not saying it's right. Why? Is it off? Who snuck up here and did that? Nah, I ain't starting over.
I could still hear you.
Yeah, no. Anyway, so the idea is resolve, not argue. And I think we can start, get going, get this thing on the road and resolve things as we go. And if we get to the point where we can't resolve, then we got to stop, I guess. I don't know. You know, it's kind of like throwing the bat. When you finally get to the top, they usually win unless you're bigger than the guy that gets it, and then maybe not. But so anyway, I'm done.
Okay. Gary?
So let me just say this, that I think I've been with the city since 1993. And during that period of time, my staff has been in charge of acquisitions. And during that period of time, I don't think any of you have been here during a time when we've ever had to acquire property by eminent domain. And the reason for that is we need to work with property owners. That's our whole purpose, is to work with property owners. I apologize to these property owners because they have not had enough contact with me and my office. For whatever reason, that would be the case. But I can also make a promise to you that we will work with you, these property owners, that we'll start making calls tomorrow and regenerate those contacts that we had. Things have slowed down because the appraisals didn't come in as quickly as we thought they would. The appraiser that we use usually gets them back within 30 days. Well, we're 3 months out, and it's frustrating us as well as yourselves. But we have never had to condemn a parcel of property except on 2 occasions. And those 2 occasions were quite a long time ago, and they were very special circumstances. But what I want to do is I want to just assure you that the acquisition end, we work a lot like UDOT does. We know what our time frame is. If we ever had to condemn, we know how far out we are before we need to condemn. If we ever had to get immediate occupancy, we know how many days it takes to get immediate occupancy, and we can essentially help the developer or the contractor out in whatever fashion we need to, with working with the property owners to get through this. I spoke to another property owner today, this afternoon, who owns another very small parcel that we're going to have to trade with the LDS Church. And they're okay with us going on and doing the preliminary work and getting all of that done and getting the trade done for a large detention basin. So we're working on those things. But let me just assure you that acquisition, just like Highway 89, today there are pieces of Highway 89 that are still not acquired. The acquisition has not been completed. And that's just the way that sometimes these big projects have to move, is they move slowly, and they don't necessarily move in the order that they would if they were arm's length transactions. In other words, if you're just going out trying to buy a parcel of property for yourself, you buy the parcel first and you construct the home. But government oftentimes, in order to save money, and I can tell you this off-ramp is a good example, the Layton off-ramp, $42 million when we first got it, when we first got our money for it from the state. You might remember that, those of you that might have been here. Somebody stopped that off-ramp for 2 years with a letter. And by the time we got the off-ramp built, it was $92 million. And so the multiplication just continues to proceed forward unless you put your foot down at a point and say, at this point, we're going to go ahead and start with letting the construction contract, getting the initial construction done, working with the property owners to get on the property to do the things we need to do. And I promise you that we will work with you on these things. My office, I'll call you tomorrow. It's Mr. Chen, is that correct? And Mike. And are there any other property owners here that are, okay. So leave me your number before you go, and we'll get started on working with you. But I can assure you, Tom, that we will have the property acquired. I've had the bulldozer, the D8 Cat, right behind my butt many, many times as we've made these acquisitions through the years. We've done Gordon Avenue all the way from one end to the other. We've done Antelope one end to the other, Gentile one end to the other. This is no different. This is exactly the same as what we've always done. It is a little tighter. I promise you, it is a little tight. but it's not so tight that we can't work with these property owners to get it done. We'll get it done. And we will treat them fairly. And I have a boss that tells me, he made me go back one time because the appraisals we got on one half of Fort Lane were higher than the appraisals we got on the other side of Fort Lane. And we had already bought the property. And he made me pay those people an additional amount of money because these people got more for their property than those people over there got. And so I'm just telling you that we will treat you fairly as we work with you. So work with me on the acquisitions and we'll get it done. I assure you we'll get it done. And if that's your concern, I'm the guy to look at and to kick in the butt if we don't get it done. So we will get it done for you.
Okay, so at this point, this is a discussion amongst the council. We typically we don't allow that, just so you know. So.
Madam Mayor, can I make a
I will
comment?
stand corrected, as Councilman Thomas pointed out. I did say I'll allow you to keep going, and I will allow you to keep going. You guys are welcome to continue to deliberate, again, just as long as you are doing it in a respectful way. So, Councilman Day.
Terry, I want you to call me Tom. And if I come across adversarially, I apologize for that. It's not my intent. Sometimes I get a little worked up like some of us do.
No problem.
So, but I think you got to understand as well, it's my job to question. It's
Sure.
my job to look into things, and that's what I'm doing.
Well, and I just want to say, I hope I didn't come across that way in my comment about communicating with the people. It's just something that we do standardly with developers, and I think Gary, nailed it when he said, we just need to talk. And I think that was my comment, was this project's got to move forward. I know, because I got it going right behind my house. And so I know it's coming. And so if I was disrespectful in either of that, I'm sorry, but I just wanted to make sure that I think what they were asking for is just open communication. So.
Yeah, and if I could, I'd like to apologize if I was part of the problem tonight. I'll be the first to admit I get passionate about things, and but no, I hope there was no disrespect and no hard feelings, especially Councilman Day. I know we've disagreed before, but I think we can continue to be
Tom.
professional. Tom?
Just call me Tom.
So, but yeah, we're open to communicate. If I could, please call. If you have questions and you're I understand you want to investigate and you have every right to talk to whoever you want, but please call our office as well. We're always happy to call, to talk and try and explain things and what we've been working on. So that would be absolutely welcome from our end too.
Mr. Colburn, I cut you off, so you have the floor.
That's okay. I've been cut off before. The staff would recommend the council adopt Resolution 2109.
Okay, council, is there any more discussion?
No, I'm grateful for the discussion and dialogue. When I make comment about the adversarialness, it wasn't that we aren't allowed to question. I learn a lot from Tom, and always looking into things. I'm a lawyer. I'm used to being adversarial. That's my job. But I just want to make sure everyone feels comfortable to say what they want to say. And so I don't want you, Tom, to think that any of my comments would in any way make you not want to share what you think. And if I came across that way, I am sorry for that. I do think this is an important project, and I do think that the accomplishment of this project, as indicated in Resolution 2109, does not preclude any of the important things that I want to happen with the citizens. It's not a binary, if this gets approved, then you don't get what you want. Everyone can go home happy. And we go home happy having the project move forward with good rates and the city getting a good bid, and with the understanding that there is some communication that can be started, as the city attorney said. And so with that, Madam Mayor, I would move that we approve Resolution 2109 as indicated by staff.
Is there a second? Okay, it's been moved in second that we approve Resolution 21-09. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Yes.
I oppose.
Okay, so you have the vote 4-1, which now brings this meeting to a closure unless anyone has any unfinished business.
I make a motion, we close this meeting.
Okay, is there a second? Been moved in second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? There you have it. Thank you for your patience. Hopefully you folks can see that this council was definitely passionate about this project and they want to make